Good morning, it's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, delaying a planned U.S. military strike. He said the move will give Tehran more time to present a proposal and end the conflict. The decision follows a request from Pakistani mediators. The U.S. will continue its naval blockade but remain ready for action if needed. No deadline has been set for the extended truce. Iran has not yet responded, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif welcomed the move and called for continued talks. Crude oil prices jumped early today, with Brent rising over 3% or to around $98 per barrel. WTI also moved higher, trading near $91 per barrel. The gains come as the United States announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, influencing market sentiment. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can fully replace it. The waterway is the main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say the heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts global prices. The International Energy Agency has described the situation as one of the biggest energy supply shocks, with prices rising as markets react to the risk. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is The Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. A quick reminder, hit subscribe wherever you're watching or listening from. Next up, where to escape to in true luxury. The Maldives, it's back in demand. That's what we're talking about next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's Mira Business FM. As the summer approaches, UAE travellers once again setting their sights on the Maldives. Holiday appetites, though, and holiday expectations are certainly changing. It's now much more, even than ever, about privacy. It's about ultra-luxury, hyper-personalisation, and also, it seems, a real lack of that kind of holiday script, the freedom to just chill if you want to, I suppose. This morning, we're joined by Philippe Kavori. He's the general manager of the Nautilus Maldives, one of the most exclusive private island resorts in the region. Philippe, it's good to have you with us.
But thank you very much. My pleasure.
I wanted to start with you, just with what you're seeing at the moment. Are you seeing a spike in bookings from UAE residents as we head into, the traditional kind of summer holiday season in the next month or two?
What we see is a clear uplift. The UAE market has become increasingly important for us, and particularly over the summer months, when the travelers are looking for a seamless and restorative escape. The Maldives offer proximity, ease of access, and an immediate sense of disconnection. So this resonates strongly with the UAE residents.
Well, it does, doesn't it? And I guess as well, there's a sense of autonomy, a sense of privacy. Is that one of the other reasons that the Maldives is such a strong draw, a strong attraction for UAE travellers?
Absolutely, you're wrong. You're right. Exclusivity, privacy has always been the top line for the Maldives. It comes down to three things, the accessibility, privacy, consistency, and with a relatively short flight, the guests arrive in a destination that offers space, tranquility, warm water the year round. And unlike many seasonal destinations, the Maldives provide reliability that elevates the experience, where the focus is not on crowds or schedules, but on freedom and personal pace. I think that's something that is very unique in the Maldives.
It conjures up a unique image, the Maldives. I think that's very fair to say. I'm interested in your philosophy at the Nautilus. You have this no clock philosophy, I'm reading. And in a city like, we're in Dubai at the moment, but in a country like the UAE, we live by calendars and alerts and schedules. So what is it about the timeless approach, if you like, that resonates so strongly with residents from here in the Maldives?
But the Maldives, and I think the Nautilus, as you know, it's one island, one resort. So a lot of hotels are like that. What is different for the Nautilus is the uniqueness of the service and the offering that we do. What we talk about at the Nautilus is, our guests can eat anytime they want. It's like a 24 hours. We are there for them. They can have dinner on the beach. They can have dinner in their room. They can have dinner on the sandbank. We can organize as well in the pine tree. We have a lot of areas which are so absolutely wonderful. So, I arrived in the Maldives, actually, for me, it's nearly 10 years now in the Maldives. I arrived here, the first time was in 2006. Of course, I have left to do other things, but I always came back. And even now, you can see, I came back again to GM of the Nautilus. And it is a very unique, beautiful, safe environment. This is what makes our guests come back over and over and over.
It's certainly not the worst job in the world. You're painting a very attractive picture. It seems like there's a surge, a real surge in people looking for seclusion, looking for privacy, looking to almost regain their own time, if you like. So when you have guests coming from high energy environments, from busy cities, people with busy schedules, how do you put together a stay that, is a real kind of island experience, a real chilled out experience, even if it's just like a weekend stay?
But, now we see a mix of behavior, mix of guests. Some guests are booking earlier to secure their preferred accommodation, particularly during the key travel period, while others remain more spontaneous. The length of stay has increased slightly, but more notably, the guests are prioritizing the quality of experience over duration, often choosing to invest more in a bespoke moment during our stay. And I see that a lot now. The people stay longer, and they are looking for, mostly for us. They are looking to be with their family, and they want this privacy. I think the privacy is very important at the Nautilus. So the hotel can be full, and you never see any guests around. It's quite a unique concept. I'm very proud to be the GM here. And it's not easy, to be open 24 hours and satisfying our guests' wishes. They just have to say, I want a private dive, I want a private dinner. We organize it. We never say no. It's not something easy to achieve.
No, I can imagine. I mean, the travellers, you say they're booking earlier, and are they staying longer? And how much more are they spending? Can you put that into context for us?
But absolutely, before the guests stay 1 week, for example, now they are going to stay 2 weeks. That's a longer period. We have even guests sometimes stay 1 month. So it's very good for us. Of course, it increase our revenue, but the success of the high luxury, I have always shared that with my employees, is be there and don't be there.
Mm.
Make sure the guest sees you, but they don't see you as well. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
I do. Yeah. That
Thank
makes
you.
sense. I mean, it's a hard thing to accomplish, isn't it? I suppose. Make sure that you're there, but you're not there. But I see exactly what you mean. You've been heading to the Maldives, working in the Maldives since what? 20 years ago, 2006. How have you seen demand from this region, from the Gulf, evolve?
You mean the clientele or the expectation?
Clientele, first of all, I'm interested in, but the expectations as well.
Well, the clientele, I will say, has evolved a lot. The Maldives at the beginning were maybe three-star hotel, four-star hotel. There were some five-star as well, but now you see a big development in the luxury area. There's a lot of companies are here now that are all fighting for some time in the five-star, and then now they always call it five-star, but then they add up luxury, ultra luxury. So I see that the change. I see the change as well with the offering. What the guests can do at the hotel, the sport activity, even they can do a painting in a special area, or the diving. Here in the Nautilus, we are very famous for the manta ray, so we organize that quite a lot. So yes, I mean, we always a competition. Who is going to do better? Who is going to offer more? But at the end of the day, we all in such a wonderful environment. This beautiful sky and the sunshine. So I think there is everything for everybody in the Maldives. I think what is important is to make sure the client come back. They come back to you. They don't go to somebody else.
Yeah, I can imagine. The return business is the key in all business, isn't it? What are you seeing in terms of specific requests from families from the UAE, from this region? What do people from here demand from their stay?
But for us, what I see is the privacy.
Right.
That's something I tell you is the privacy. My hotel is full. You don't see anybody. I know it sounds strange. Maybe you see the breakfast time, but even they can have breakfast in the villa, in their pool. They always look for that. I think that's the big word for us is the absolute privacy. So, and as you said, it's very difficult to arrange that, because the guests have children, the guests, of course, walk around the resort. But, this morning I was walking around the resort, there was nobody. And the hotel is nearly full. So this is something remarkable.
I guess that's hard to get used to, isn't it? In your business, you're used to seeing, packed out destination hotels, food and beverage outlets bustling. It's counterintuitive, isn't it? When you walk around, it's full, but you can't see anybody.
Yeah, it's a very weird feeling, to be frank with you. I have never really grabbed that. Where are my guests? What are they doing? Of course, I know because I have the report from my house master, or that take care of the guests. I know where they are, what they do, but you go to the gym as well, you don't see them. And we have a very beautiful gym. So it's kind of a remarkable achievement I think the team have achieved in taking care of the guests. We are one of the top in terms of service, and we managed to keep that privacy. It's kind of a remarkable.
It is. Can I ask you a little bit about the price ranging, price trending across the Maldives at the moment? Broadly speaking, Philippe, what should travelers expect this summer in terms of price?
In terms of price, definitely now our prices are lower. If I can give you a range, maybe we're talking about $2,500 US per night for a beach house, for example, during the summer. But then it can exceed as well $10,000 per night for the private residence. And for those seeking the most exclusive experience, including tailored dining, bespoke wellness journey, private yacht, the overall investment can increase significantly depending on the level of personalization.
Okay, in terms of, I mean, this is a real luxury stay. It's a real luxury experience, right? But what does luxury look like in 2026? Is it, the gold leaf? Is it the infinity pool? Is it the staff that are there but not there? Or is it just the fact that you're offering that privacy and that kind of freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it?
Well, for me, the luxury, I spend my life in luxury. I opened Orient Express in Singapore in 1993. I was the GM of the Cheval Blanc under LVMH. I was the GM of Soneba Fuji. I mean, these are the top resorts in the Maldives.
Mm.
As well for Intercontinental Hotel in Shanghai, in China. So luxury, everybody do luxury. What set us apart from all that, to me, is the people. We keep on, when you look at the journalists, if you look at the TV, you always see the product. And of course, it's important. But to me, the real luxury is the people. You need the people to deliver whatever you promise your guests will receive. So the real luxury is within the people that work here every day and deliver this exceptional service. And I'm very proud of the team here that are able to deliver that, to remember the guests, to remember what they like. And that's the real luxury, if I can say so.
How do you view the luxury market right now? I mean, we have a situation where travel costs globally are rising and are set to rise quite possibly further in the not too distant future. Is the luxury holiday, the ultra luxury holiday, still a resilient product?
But I will say, if you look at the repeat visitors, it's no longer just the destination itself, but it's about how the destination makes them feel. A private island experience must continue to evolve with the guest, offering new layers of discovery each time. At the Nautilus, that comes through absolute flexibility, no fixed schedule, fully personalized dining experience, and experiences that shape entirely around the guest rather than around the resort. I think that's the key here.
What, Philip, are the biggest challenges around luxury resorts in the Maldives, but the biggest challenges around luxury resorts generally right now at this point in time? Because there is no shortage of luxury destinations, luxury holidays. What makes it harder?
I will say, for us, we are still young. The hotel started in 2015 or 2019. We have obviously obtained a lot of contact to get what we want, in terms of food, in terms of wine, in terms of equipment, to create this experience for our guests, being diving or other sports. And what is making it difficult now, I'm going straight for that, is obviously, the situation in the region has made the obtaining this product or item very difficult. So we are looking to other countries to get what we need. So far, due to the very good relationship we have with our supplier, we're still managing to get what we want. But you can imagine it's a very difficult situation now, and it makes the whole environment not easy to operate. But we are keeping our services due to our connection.
Well, let's hope we have an announcement of an extension to the ceasefire from President Trump overnight until a deal of some kind is reached. So we'll keep fingers crossed, I suppose. I just wanted to finish with this, Philippe. We're approaching the summer now, fast approaching it. It's a time in the Gulf when everybody, or lots of people, look to escape. They're looking for something different because obviously the weather is drawing in. How do you prepare for an influx of travellers from the UAE, from the GCC, who are looking, for that climate escape, that refresh, rather than just, a different beach, as it were? What do you do to get ready?
But it's a big organization, I was talking to my team yesterday, the purchasing team.
Mm-hmm.
We are very good at keeping track of what we do. We have store, we have kitchen, we have freezer, we have fridge. So we make sure that all the products that we handle are fresh. That's very important for us. And not only do we look at the business, the forecast of our business, but we look as well as the store and how long is it going to run out of this item. Then we need to look at which country are we going to get it or purchase it. Then we look at the delivery. Some are 1 month, some are 2 months, some are 3 months. So it's a big organization. I always tell my staff it's like leading an army into combat. You have all your battalion and everybody work together in order to bring to our guests the freshest product and imaginative product that we can deliver to them, so they have a flawless experience and they don't have to worry. We are here to take care of their worries and deliver the ultra luxury service that we promise.
Philippe Kavouri is the general manager of the private island resort, the Nautilus Maldives. Philippe, I've enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for joining us this morning.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, can you repeat the last?
No, I was just saying I've enjoyed speaking with you. Thank you for joining us today.
It was really my pleasure, Tim. Thank you for your time, and I wish you a great day, Tim.
All the best to you. Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The US dollar steadied in early Asian trading today, holding near a one-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed little movement. The euro and Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. In crypto markets, Bitcoin and Ethereum both edged up by about 0.2%. Crude oil prices jumped earlier today as well, with Brent rising over 3% to around $98 per barrel. WTI also moved higher, trading near $91 per barrel. The gains came as the U.S. announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, influencing market sentiment. U.S. stocks closed lower after early gains faded during the session. The S&P 500 fell about 0.6% to around 7,064 points. The Nasdaq also dropped nearly 0.6%. The Dow Jones declined by about 293 points, ending near 49,149. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at around 77,500 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.52 Indian rupees, 75.98 Pakistani rupees, 33.44 Bangladeshi taka, 16.36 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. Wherever you're joining us from, don't forget to subscribe. Coming up, legal strategies, but legal strategies in uncertain times. That's the topic next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
Legal matters now on the morning drive. A ceasefire may be in place and has been extended overnight. That's the news, the reports that we're hearing. But the situation is still uncertain in the region. Businesses are starting to think about returning and rebuilding. But there are, of course, real legal risks if things change again. Rebound anxiety, if you will, is the phrase. So unfortunately, it isn't yet business as usual. Michael Korbawi is a senior partner at BSA Law. He advises companies on legal strategy, and we're in uncertain times, and we've dragged him in here to help us. He's with us. Michael, good to have you with us today.
Thank you.
Look, I want to try and explain why the rebuild should be legally guarded as the kind of survival phase was. If a business paused operations during the conflict, or have taken a step back, if you like, what should they check first before, getting moving again?
Good question. As you can imagine, we're receiving lots and lots of inquiries about business interruption, but also about how things stand at the moment and what is the meaning legally of the ceasefire.
Yeah.
So you've seen a ceasefire being announced maybe 2 weeks ago and then being relaunched unofficially yesterday. But in reality, people who were aware of the situation and who have taken measures to change the way they were doing things because of the situation and the fact that navigation is on hold, cannot resume their operations and cannot go back to normal despite the ceasefire. And this has repercussions on the way things are conducted, and will only change once the situation goes back to normal, regardless of the ceasefire or not.
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing because the definition of a ceasefire is a ceasefire, but it's a prolonging of a situation, isn't it? It's a very hard thing to come to terms with. What do companies need to review in contracts before assuming that they can resume, if you like? That's
But as you can imagine, like overnight and out of nowhere, the number one most important clause in any agreement we are reviewing now is a clause that no one had looked at before in this region, which is the force majeure clause, which is usually at the end of the agreement, which I can assure you none of my colleagues and none of the legal people I work with spend much time reading or reviewing, and now it came at the center of attention. So every CEO, every legal team, every lawyer in town is now working very hard on redrafting this clause, making sure it will work based on what will happen in the future, the different scenarios. And it will help them find a way out if they want to stop operations or reduce them or delay them or ask for a postponement. So this is where we are.
It's interesting, this, because you need to know whether force majeure still applies or not. It's mentioned in lots of different ways in contracts, as you say. But if a business restarts today or comes back to some kind of normality, and we see a resumption in conflict, can you still rely on the same clause that was used a couple of weeks ago? There's a dilemma, of course. Or has the sort of foreseeability of regional tension rendered clauses useless? It's a really tricky one.
It's very tricky. And again, we're having to adapt to the situation on day-to-day basis. And you have two types of businesses. You have the business that are directly affected. So, for instance, the people who had an event in Abu Dhabi or in Dubai, and they can still do the event. The airport is open, but people are reluctant to travel at the time being. So, what they want is they want to postpone it till probably May or till end of summer, September. And can they legally do it under the agreement? Not really, because there's no longer a force majeure case. The airport is open, everything is functioning. But at the same time, given the fact that in the instance of an event, for instance, everyone wanted to be successful, the doors are open for interpretation. And people, and both parties are being open for postponement or refund or giving credit notes for the future. This is how it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of an uncomfortable position because I'm sat on a fence here. I can see both sides. The legal side is one thing, and the sentiment side is another very different thing. You advise regularly on risk mitigation. are businesses actually checking if they have specialized coverage for things like, I don't know, political unrest, whatever it is? Or do people generally just assume that their kind of basic business insurance will cover them if things go wrong?
So I can tell you for a fact that insurance brokers are now recruiting. They're probably one of the thriving businesses under these circumstances.
Right.
They're having to reassess political violence and business interruption risk in a very different way, very different than before. And of course, they have to price it very different than before. So RERA has taken an initiative some time ago to impose some sort of insurance as well. And in reality, it's on everyone's mind right now.
Well, it is. What about companies asking employees to come back to hubs, to office hubs, if you like, or resume travel around the region? What's the legal liability for an employer if a staff member's caught in a sudden escalation, for example? There's a duty of care.
Of course. A lot of the multinationals have insurance to cover them for that, and the cost of insurance, as you can imagine, will spike in case there's an incident. That's why they are reluctant to bring people back to the office. However, I can assure you that yesterday, and for the first time, my office is in the DIFC, I had problem finding a parking place.
Yeah, okay.
For the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, I was a bit late coming to the office. Okay. Don't tell anyone, but this means that, we're back. The center is back.
Well, there's been a feeling since Monday. The schools traffic, for example, is back. The school buses are back on the roads. I mean, there is that feeling. There really is a resurgence, I think. Let me ask you a really broad question. We're a little bit short on time, but what steps are you advising that companies take to avoid legal issues at the moment in a multiplicity of different ways, but particularly if we see a change in the situation, which we have, and of course it's been a positive change.
Of course. I mean, everyone's hoping for the best. Everyone wants to take advantage of the last 2 months before summer hits to do as much business as possible to recover from what happened in February and March. People are wary, but in reality, as I said, there are two types of businesses. Either you're directly affected by what's happening and no one can do anything about it, or you're not affected and therefore you have a duty to continue what you have agreed on before the events.
Yeah. What's the one question that everybody's asking you?
Obviously, who decides on force majeure? Who's the authority that decides on force majeure? And everyone's mind, everyone seems to think that there's an authority that will come and declare a force majeure event. It's not the case. It's on case-per-case basis under the circumstances pertaining to each agreement and to each case. And the second thing is, do we have a right, for instance, to cancel agreements that we signed for real estate purchase before the events?
Right.
Do we have enough foot to stand on to declare force majeure and say we don't want to continue with the agreement? And the simple answer is no. No one does, because in reality, the banks are opened, RERA is opened. If you want to transact, you can. There is no specific force majeure event in relation to real estate.
No, there's not. But it's been an extraordinary time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Look, there's 1,000,001 questions I could ask you. We're a little bit short on time today, but for now, Michael Kortbawi is a senior partner at BSA Law here in Dubai. Appreciate talking to you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Don't forget to like and subscribe wherever you're watching or listening from. But this is Mira Business FM. It is the morning drive, and it is time for our weekly check-in with the renowned and the much-loved Mario Volpi, a real estate expert of some repute.
Good morning, Tim. Thank you very much.
See how
You're too kind.
Bigging up the guests these days. Nice to see you.
You too.
Good to have you here. So, look, here's a list of topics for this morning. The first one, I was running through stuff yesterday. You come up with a couple of ideas from my side, and then this pops up. Dubai apartment sells for over 500 million dirhams in record off-plan deal. That's a headline figure, if ever there was one.
It is. However, it should be commensurate to the size and what it has to offer. I mean, we spoke a couple of weeks ago about a rental for 12 million that was
That's right.
sort of 10,000 square feet. It was two or three apartments amalgamated into one. There was a story there. This one, I think there's got to be a lot more to it than that. Because I don't understand the figures. Apparently, it's a 1,325 square foot apartment. It's not even built yet.
Yep.
As part of, I believe it's a part of the Mercedes-Benz places in one of the towers called Maybach 6.
That's right.
But how can you have close to 380,000 dirhams a square foot? It just, it doesn't make sense to me. I think... I know it's been reported, but someone hasn't checked I can't believe this. I really can't believe it.
Okay, well, it's interesting because I was literally running through stories, and I thought I'll just have a quick check again to make sure I don't miss anything.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at kind of daily news, and this popped up, and I thought, okay, there's a headline. It's the second most expensive apartment transaction in Dubai's history.
Well, if you take a size, it is the most expensive real estate it's got to be in the world.
Yeah, but 1,325 square feet is, I mean, it's not the...
It's a two-bed apartment.
It's not a massive place.
Or a large one-bed,
I mean,
perhaps.
I guess it must be super ultra luxury next level. I don't know. But it's based on data from the DLD REST app, and the unit sold for 501.1 million. That's what's being reported. So I guess we wait for clarification.
We need more information for sure. But speculation is, well, I don't know. Are they buy this apartment and get the Mona Lisa thrown free or something? I mean, what else is coming with this apartment? Is the bathroom 24 karat gold? There's got to be something more to it than just these figures and headlines, because I just don't get it.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? I mean, it's not far off the record transaction, which was 550 million.
Yeah,
that was late last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Como, I believe. Como apartment on the Palm by Nikhil. A very nice building when it's all finished. But that was a huge apartment as well.
No, Como was 500 million. The 550 one was Bugatti Residences by Bugatti.
So there you go. You see,
Yeah.
so Bugatti literally 1 and 2.
Well, it is now. Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's a headline of epic proportions. Let's be honest.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, it beggars belief. Like I said, there's got to be more to it than that. And wouldn't it be funny if somebody just, I don't know, put an extra nought somewhere and got reported, and everybody just picked it up, as most newswires do. They just pick it up and run with it without necessarily checking. Well, that would be hilarious.
Quite possibly. Decimal point in the wrong place. But at the moment, for what we know, 501.1 million. Do you know what I thought was interesting in the article as well? Is Mohammed Bugatti is quoted in it. He's the chairman of Bugatti Properties, saying that they're seeing growing interest from high-profile international figures. And that's something we're seeing, the likes of UFC fighters.
Yeah.
People like that.
But maybe the skeptic in me will say that, again, it's not always what you see is what you get, because the likes of Neymar, Andrea Bocelli, and a few of these other sort of stars which have been reported to invest in, not necessarily this particular developer, although they did, but other developers, it's a PR thing as well.
Sure. Sure.
Did they pay the full price? I don't think so. Was it gifted? Who knows? Maybe. Forgive the cynicism, but it's all about letting the man in the street know that he potentially is going to be Neymar Jr.'s neighbour. Not that I guess he'll ever necessarily live there full time, but the fact is it's all about marketing gimmicks. And so I don't really believe that certainly these high-profile people are all queuing up. Are there lots of high net worth individuals that want to invest in this particular development? I don't doubt that. It's Mercedes branded.
Yeah.
I mean, Bengati have done a tremendous job in, dare I say, elevating their position from their sort of original beginnings. Whenever you see a building, especially in JVC, that's got sort of orange facades, that's an original Bengati building. They've moved away from that, and they've aligned themselves now with very high-end products and companies like Jacob & Co, Mercedes, Bugatti as well. Yeah. And of course, it's not surprising that they are achieving these record numbers for commensurate of what you're getting for your money. This particular one, again, I'm not so sure. I'd really want to know a little bit more about it. But listen, all credit to them, and hats off. Well done, Bengati.
Well, I mean, good news you take when you can, don't you? There's another side to this as well, and this is Mohammed Bengati again, adding that there are negotiations underway with a prominent global artist to purchase a luxury penthouse in downtown Dubai. He said the unit could rank among the highest priced in the area. The deal's expected to close within days. So who knows? Maybe 1, 2, and 3.
What's your take on the word artist? Do you mean like a singer, songwriter, or you mean a painter?
That's it's unspecified. I'm thinking prominent global artist is probably a musician,
singer, yeah.
Because the word global is there. Artists as in painters.
I don't think I could name an artist other than the ones that are from the Renaissance, obviously, that are long gone.
Yeah, well, you should with your Italian heritage, of course.
But you name me an artist apart from maybe...
I have a favourite artist.
Who?
His name's Paul Kenton.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Banksy or something.
I've spent a lot of time in Bristol and followed the Banksy footprints on a few occasions. But Paul Kenton is a guy that does this kind of splatter art, and then he turns it into cityscapes. Very often New York.
Oh,
you may have seen.
I think I've seen canvases like that. So they start off. It just looks a mess. And then
looks a real mess. And all of a sudden, it transforms into a nighttime, rainy cityscape.
Very, very good. Very good. Okay, Paul. What's his name? Paul Kenton.
Paul Kenton.
There you go.
His name.
We've plugged Mr. Kenton.
It's the only artist I could name you, though.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to plead ignorance. So that's one story. Another story. The second topic for today, I wanted to come to you with, and this was you, essentially. Dubai's real estate stability. Can buyers cancel contracts over regional conflict? We've just been talking to a lawyer this morning about force majeure. There is no, as he pointed out, and it was quite funny, but he's absolutely right, there's no force majeure authority who will adjudicate on whether a contract stands or doesn't stand. It's a real minefield.
Do you know what? It's a little bit like in a rental contract, which has wear and tear allowed, and I've often brought that up in conversation as well, because your idea of wear and tear is different to mine, and is different definitely to the landlords. That's for sure. Yeah. And it's just a minefield. And so I was also listening in the green room there for what Michael, I think his name was, the lawyer, was saying. And yeah, absolutely right. First of all, it's very much on a case by case. Yeah. And it is then up to a judge to decide whether there is even a case to be heard. But I brought this up to you because we have, or I have had many people asking whether it's possible to get out of a contract. But I think they're sort of being a bit misguided, because they don't like the temperature of the water. They're feeling a little uncomfortable. And so they're just thinking, well, let's see if I can get out of this contract. And the fact of the matter is that even if you take it to court, the judge will look at the situation. And a force majeure, generally speaking, is if the contract cannot be fulfilled, that either one or more than one party cannot fulfill that contract through situations outside of their control. That's in essence what force majeure is.
Yeah.
But as Michael so rightly says, banks are still lending, developers are still building, you can get a mortgage, RERA is still open, contracts are still being executed.
The
now, whether you're
airports
talking
are
about
open,
off-plan or indeed secondary,
Yeah.
so the fact that you want to cancel the contract because you don't like the situation, unfortunately, that's not a force majeure scenario. And I had this lady through an ex-colleague of mine, and he worked for a completely different company, but he still calls me for advice. And she was sending sort of articles that Sheikh Mohammed of Abu Dhabi was saying, and I tried to tell him to remind her, and this was a few weeks ago, when perhaps we were a little bit more under pressure, perhaps, to say that the UAE has not classified itself as being at war. So even the government hasn't said it. That would be a start, at least. And he kept saying, yeah, but this, and she's sending me this, and I just calmly said to her, look, this is what you've got to say. It's a difficult conversation. But then when he did do it, she then basically came clean, and in the end they had to go ahead with it. Which I don't think is such a bad thing anyway, because I think in time we will look back at this and actually it's just another experience notch on the bedpost, if you like.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's an element of, in a few years, this will be the correction of 2026.
Yes, in a slightly different way we wanted.
Yeah.
I thought about this the other day because somebody asked me. I've had now 4 downturns. I've now lived through 4 downturns in Dubai.
But there's a pattern emerging here.
And hold on, there was also 3 upturns.
Good.
So I'm kind of like
it's going to be a 4th.
I'm kind of like 1-0 down at the moment. But yes, there will be. So it'll even itself out, 4 and 4, starting obviously with the global financial crisis of 2008. But that's a lot in the space of sort of 18 years. I know 18 years is a long time, but that's still a lot of things happening during the time
it's
here.
It's a graph that,
exactly.
waves along very nicely.
The proverbial roller coaster, yeah.
It really is. It's interesting, this, because courts assess force majeure claims if they get that far, case by case.
For sure.
The burden of proof lies entirely on the party invoking it.
Yes.
And, really, to all intents and purposes, it's not difficult to argue that life here remains normal. The real estate market is functioning without disruption. There are blips along the way, but there always are.
But this is the market's normal. It's normal that people will sit on their hands and pause and wait and decide when there are, in this case, geopolitical situations or any other situations. I mean, goodness me, I even remember, I think it was 1996, forgive me if the year is wrong, but I remember when Princess Diana died.
It was 97.
Was it 97?
It was 97.
Okay.
It was August 97. Wasn't
I remember it was August, so I'm 1 year out. But we went to work as normal. I was in the UK, and I remember agents calling people and trying to work, and people responding saying, like, do we have no shame? Don't you know Princess Diana's died? So it's a case of like everything had to pause because the country was mourning that. So what I'm trying to say is that so this market is normal, that although it's slowed down, it's a reaction to what is going on. But has it collapsed? No. And I know we'll be talking figures shortly. Of course it hasn't. And despite the fact that things will slow down, and when the April figures in May come out, we'll see that, yes, of course, the brake or the brakes have been applied, but it hasn't come to an emergency stop. And I think that's really important to note. Plus, we are an international marketplace, and it's not just what happens locally from the point of view of residents. It's the sentiment, obviously, of the world and the perception of the world. And what I've realized in doing my webinars is that the media, rightly or wrongly, and is pumping out whatever it wants to pump out to those countries. And I spent all my time just trying to explain to people, especially in the UK as well, when missiles were being targeted at us, that we are still living as normal a life as we can do. Obviously, that threat was always there, but actually I now feel safer because I now know we have these air defense systems, which I didn't know before. And not only that they, in the main, pretty much all work.
They work, yeah.
So, yeah, it's normal, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, this is the point, isn't it? It's extraordinary times. There's no doubt about that, and it's been a remarkable 50 days, and it is, as you pointed out there, the proverbial roller coaster ride. But the conditions for force majeure are, in most cases, just not satisfied here. It's a very difficult thing to argue. When people come and see you, talk to you, ask you for advice, or ask you the question, what's your general response?
For force majeure?
For force majeure, yeah.
Well, just like I've mentioned here, if the contract cannot be executed, there is a good basis for that. But as we've just heard from a proper lawyer, I mean, I'm not a lawyer at all, but a proper lawyer makes it sound like I'm a bit of a lawyer. No, I know the law in that respect.
You dabble.
I dabble, yeah. But yeah, I just want to get it out there. We've heard from a proper lawyer who studied and has got his degree in law that what I'm saying is exactly the same. And it's all about the execution of the contract. And if that contract cannot be executed, then you have at least a chance or a say in order to try and get some sort of compensation, which potentially often means you want to get out of that contract.
Yeah.
Look, it's normal to think that maybe human reaction that, like I said before, if the temperature's a bit warm, I want to get out the kitchen. Let's see what we can do. But I think pretty much 100% of any cases or people thinking about using this have been told that they're onto a non-starter, really.
You'll always find me in the kitchen at parties.
Well, the best parties always end up in the kitchen.
They always do. They do. There's no doubt.
Farage is nodding. Yeah,
he's nodding sagely over that. Yeah, you'll find me in the kitchen too. Can I ask you just a question? Just, I mean, it's kind of a temperature question in a way. The announcement of the extension of the ceasefire this morning. This is President Trump saying ceasefire is in place until we get some kind of deal. I mean, how do you feel about that? What was your first thought? Because I woke up this morning and I was looking last night because there was no headline, because obviously America, just waking up as we're kind of going to bed. The first thing I did this morning was looked at my phone and I see extension, ceasefire, we're looking for a deal. How did you receive that?
I'm confused, to be very honest with you, because
aren't we all?
What we're hearing is the Iranians are going to Islamabad, then they're not, they never left. Vance is on a plane, then he isn't, he's in the White House. So all that backwards and forwards, I didn't know what to believe. And what I do know that in times of conflict, everyone is, I'm going to use the Keir Starmer word now, liar. Everyone's a liar. Do you know what I mean? Everyone is not telling the truth. It's all propaganda.
Yeah.
Now, look, there's always three sides to a story. You know, your side, my side, and the truth. And so I definitely was confused yesterday. Any extension to peace, for want of a better word, despite there are still hostilities, but I'm talking about sort of attacks and etc., has got to be welcomed.
Sure.
It's interesting that there is no deadline to it or timeline to it. The ceasefire will continue until we get a deal.
Yeah.
That's amazing. But from my understanding, the parties are still so far apart. And the rhetoric that's coming out from all parties, no matter which side you appear to be on, is...
There's always rhetoric, though, isn't there? There's always rhetoric until you get the deal. And it's always the way that it's never going to... And all of a sudden, it works out. I'm hoping.
Yeah, and look, I hope and pray you're right, because certainly from my line of business, that whilst I'm saying that the market we're in right now and the state of the market we're in right now is normal, and what I mean by normal is it's a normal reaction to a situation or a series of situations, it's still a pause, and so many people are suffering in so many ways, economically specifically, and by that, when you look at Dubai as a whole, it's built on tourism, trade, real estate. I mean, these are certainly three of the major pillars.
Sure.
Tourism, you can say, I'm not going to say non-existent, but certainly not happening.
In a sticky patch, for sure.
Real estate, obviously following suit, and trade also, because goods cannot move around. So if we're talking about the UAE in general, it's not in a good place. And so the longer, dare I say, this peace and the perception that the two parties or three parties or whatever you want to, the thruple, as I call them, keep talking, then there's a chance,
The thruple.
Sorry, I always have to bring it down, don't I?
Oh, that's just such a great phrase. We have to account for the bounce back ability. That's my favourite word at the moment. Resilience has been the word doing the rounds, but bounce back ability.
Nice.
That's what Dubai exhibits.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And of course, as I say, whilst we've had crises before, we've never had to deal with one quite like this. It'll be interesting to see exactly, how able we are to bounce back. I mean, we will, but just how much?
The level of
ability. Yeah,
there you go. See, Mira Volpe is here. He is a real estate expert. He's a columnist in The National. He has the Dubai Property Podcast. We're going to continue talking Dubai's off-plan pipeline, DLD data about market activity. We'll get into some of the figures and also some new launches as well. That is to come. It's Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, delaying a planned U.S. military strike. He said the move will give Tehran more time to present a proposal to end the conflict. The decision follows a request from Pakistani mediators. The U.S. will continue its naval blockade, but remain ready for action if needed. No deadline has been set for the extended truce. Iran has not yet responded, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif welcomed the move and called for continued talks. UAE ambassador to the U.S., Yusuf Al-Otaiba, has rejected claims that the UAE needs external financial support. He said the country is one of the world's most financially strong economies, backed by large sovereign assets and strong reserves. Al-Otaiba also highlighted that the UAE's significant investments in the U.S., saying the partnership is built on mutual benefit. His remarks come after U.S. President Donald Trump mentioned possible financial cooperation, including a currency swap. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has invited consultants to design a new airport express line. The proposed 55-kilometer metro line will link Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum International Airport. The route is expected to include 5 stations and pass through areas like Al Jadaf and the JVC. Officials say the project aims to improve connectivity between the city's 2 major airports. The Hafid rail project has reached 40% of its completion, marking a key step in linking the UAE and Oman. The 238-kilometer railroad will connect major locations, including Al Ain, Al Buraimi, and Sohar. Officials say the project will boost trade, strengthen supply chains, and support economic ties between the two countries. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. It's real estate this morning with Mario Volpe. He is a real estate expert, a man of repute, and sartorially elegant.
Thank you.
Welcome. That's how I'm summing you up these days. Part two. So we were talking about this, and this is a remarkable headline. We're waiting for more details on this because no doubt there will be some more investigation. But a Dubai apartment that sold for over 500 million dirhams in a record off-plan deal. It's DLD data, the second most expensive apartment transaction in Dubai's history. We were talking as well about real estate stability, in particular talking about force majeure, whether buyers can cancel contracts because of the geopolitical situation, the regional conflict. Time to move on, Mario. Dubai's off-plan pipeline, 71% sold through 2029 as demand stays ahead of supply. That's the headline. So exceptionally strong forward momentum, forward demand for Dubai's residential market. That's pretty good going.
I mean, it's an amazing headline.
Incredible.
And one that, we always, in real estate, we always talk about absorption rates, to ensure that the developers deliver great products. It all transfers into obviously these figures, and to think that we are 2/3 years ahead, 3 years ahead of schedule.
Exactly.
It just goes to show that we're in a really, really, really good place. I mean, when I read this headline, I was very surprised, to be fair, and it also shows that they're not even 50% over. They're over 70% and close to their record, I think, of 73%. Of pipeline. We're running, I think, around 71% now. So no, an amazing headline, and one that should, if anybody is sitting on the fence, thinking, shan't I invest? Especially now where there are so many, dare I say, good deals, not necessarily in pricing, but good deals through benefits. There
are some offers around.
Yeah, the offers of the DLD waiver, which is carried on through from Ramadan. But the actual payment plans are much, much better. And of course, the news that banks are now going to be lending, certain banks are going to be lending on certain projects and certain developers, even before the handover, which they always mentioned, but in reality, you hardly ever got any finance on that. But whereas now, whether it's a directive from the banks themselves, or whether it's from the central bank or the government, I'm not sure. But the fact of the matter is now that you can, finance that 50%, which makes a payment plan 15, 20 years or however long your mortgage is, once you're able to pay at least that 50% down. So, and again, that's a stage payment anyway. So it's all good news.
Well, you said you were surprised, but I got to be honest, I looked at the headline. So here's the headline again. Dubai's off-plan pipeline, 71% sold through 2029. So demand staying ahead of supply. I wasn't surprised. And the headline didn't jump out at me. It took me 2 or 3 reads to realize just how strong that is. Because I don't look at this every day.
No, of course.
And then it hit me. Get the data from, this is Fan Properties data, okay? Developers have sold 94.9%. That's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Of the 43,217 homes due in 2026. Across the 2026 to 2029 pipeline, 304,493 of 426, 182 units already absorbed. So that's just over 71%. The other developers, the major developers, Emaar, Maras, Dubai Holding, Maidan, Damak, Danube, Nakhil, Ellington, Bingati, all reporting extremely high sell-through levels. So You take from that, what's the phrase? Sustained buyer appetite.
Well, yeah, and that's why I'm saying that, you know, anybody that was either considering and has now paused, by all means do that, assess, do your due diligence. And I don't want there to be a lemmings analogy here, that just because everybody else is, you should.
No.
However, these numbers literally that do stand out for me, and it means that actually developers just have to ride out this period. And often I've heard some of them say that actually even if they don't sell one other unit, they're still liquid enough to be able to complete the project, either at the timeline that they're on, or dare I say, faster, because some of them actually hand over before the date stated. As many of the listeners may know, a developer can be 12 months in arrears on the SPA, sort of in timeline, without there being any legal redress. So if they are on time, but choose maybe, he says tongue-in-cheek, to slow things down a little, because nobody wants this amount of inventory to hit the market, whether it be rentals, resales, holiday homes, or whatever, because it will completely destabilize a normal market, yet alone one where already we're treading water a little bit. So I do think that what will be at play here is a little bit of, and I say this in the nicest possible way, but a little bit of manipulation for the benefit of the real estate market in general. And, you know, if you've got the money to pay for your handover, that's fine. You might be a little bit annoyed if the developer all of a sudden says, oh, we're just a little bit delayed or whatever. I guess it also depends why you bought it in the first place.
Sure.
But of course, because the contracts are construction linked and therefore staged, you don't have to make that payment anyways. It's not like it's delayed and you've paid, unless, of course, you did like that Israeli seller, which I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, where to get the benefit of the guaranteed ROI, he had to pay 100% of the property, even though it's off plan.
Right.
But even so, there he was getting an income anyway, so it was worth it to him. So it's stage payments. So whether it's delayed or not, if it's even forward, if the developer is ahead of schedule and you don't have the money or don't want to take it, you can actually say to the developer, no, I'll stick to the original plan. So the developer will just be there waiting. He doesn't hand over until you're ready to make that payment. So there is a level of flexibility there on both parties, depending on how the developer actually works out. But honestly, I'm surprised that you weren't surprised. But now that you've seen the figures, hopefully, you'll be a little bit closer to me, I guess.
You see, I looked at it and I'm so used to, I think this is what it is, genuinely. I'm so used to
the positivity.
Real estate reporting being, it's superlative so much of the time. We've sold 99.998%. And I always think, oh, so you've sold it all. And I saw 70 and I was a bit like, oh, it's only 70%. Then I looked at the story.
Okay, so when developers say they've sold out.
Yes.
They're not lying. They have sold out. But what they've sold out is just what they've launched.
Yes, true.
So
true.
The human perception is to think, that the project is sold out. But that isn't the case at all. They actually just apportion, if it's a bit like these Benghazi Mercedes places that we talked about, you know, where this exceptional apartment is in. That's a 13-tower development. And of course, whether they're all going to be built at once, maybe, so it'll all come up at once, but they're only launching portions of the tower at any time. Because, of course, that's the only way they can give that success story that then all the newspapers and media sort of pick up.
Yeah.
It's you could call it manipulating, but you know they're not building them all in necessarily in one go. It is phased, so sell them in phased, and then say, by the way, we've done this and we've done that. These are just sort of specific targets that they reach. And they've just broken down the big target into smaller portions, and they've done well.
That's the point, isn't it? I mean, if you sell a phase out, you've sold a phase out.
Correct.
That's just
but they
how
don't
it
use
is.
the word phase. That's the thing I'm trying to say is we've sold out, you know, and that then creates the momentum. In some respects, the FOMO that we also spoke about before.
That's an interesting point, you know, because I often look at this and I think I wouldn't have had a chance anyway. And I genuinely do, because I think, look, this market, we use the phrase very often, things are going great guns. And it seems to be that things are always going great guns, even when things aren't going as great guns as they were.
But you see now what this marketplace has done is that it has all of a sudden inventory that you and I, perhaps as the man in the street, would not have access to. All of a sudden, investors have access to good quality. I'm not saying that before they're not quality, but unique units that perhaps were never available before. So developers all of a sudden are now starting to give other inventory out, and maybe something like this Benghazi one that we talked about. Maybe that's a one of one. I don't know. I don't know. And why is it at that level, despite the size of it? So if anything, it's given buyers the time to take their time, whereas before it was a bun fight. It literally was. I mean, it was like literally the hotcakes, and everybody was just scrambling around and just like, but get me anything, you know. Whereas now, a buyer can sit down and take their time and actually pick a unit. Which way is it facing? I'm talking off plan, obviously. Yeah. And really decide. And they don't literally have like a gun at their head saying, well, do you want it or not? You know, because there's a queue of people that will just take it. And that's how, dare I say, mistakes are made. And people are then stuck with units that now potentially, I suppose, if they are trying to sell them through the secondary market, so off-plan secondary as I call it, and are finding it difficult, because if the developer especially has got other units, generally speaking, buyers don't tend to buy from someone who's bought from the developer, because they know that potentially there's going to be either a premium, and even if there isn't, you know, there are other costs, or maybe you don't get certain benefits, whereas direct from the developer is straightforward. So the timing now that you can take your time is better. You can breathe, you can decide, you can, you know, you can still come back the next day and say, I don't want it, whatever. But actually, this is one of the good parts of what's happening in the market right now.
Yeah, okay. It's a really good news story. And the other side to this, of course, is, you know, I can see the animation in your eyes when you see that headline. Yeah. But it's about sentiment, isn't it? And it's about the future.
Exactly. And that's what I also wanted to say, that if people are sitting on the fence right now and they're not sure whether to buy, this story in itself should add to the weight of that decision, or at least, if nothing else, to take a step forward towards maybe investing. Because let's face it, in times of uncertainty, most people do step back and wait. But it's the ones that go ahead, and I look at what happened during COVID, are the ones that are actually going to reap the benefit as and when, and we will obviously get out of this.
Yeah. We've got some time. Two more stories I wanted to bring up. Well, we'll move to the rental market now. Okay. Because this is topic 4 today. Market activity remained robust. 118,385 new rental contracts signed. 135,500, just over that, contracts renewed during the quarter, DLD data shows. So the rental market, and this is Dubai figures, stable, resilient Q1 2026.
Yeah, what stood out for me on this particular article was the fact that the renewed contracts was greater than the new ones. And that to me showed that despite what we are going through, what we have gone through, that people are staying, or at least, you know, riding this out.
It was a significant percentage, it's like 10% in variance, isn't it? So.
And again, that's great. I do worry a little bit for the rental market if you're a landlord, and by that I mean that prices are softening, and I think we've also spoken on this show that it was happening anyway.
I don't feel quite as
Why?
quite the way you do. I'm happy for my rent to stay the same.
No. Well, obviously, if you've locked it in,
Yeah.
that's great.
Sure.
But I'm okay. Look, like I said, there's always two sides to the story. So
well, there's three, apparently.
There are. Let's feel sorry for the landlord a little bit, but
Sure.
no, not really, because obviously they've had it their own way for many years. Now it's the time of the tenant, and so my advice to everybody would be: look, you're a good commodity. So if you see something you like, there is no harm in trying to negotiate, not just in terms of the price, but also in terms of the number of checks or the payment that you've chosen to do. And you're quite likely to get away with it because activity is there, but obviously has quietened down, and hence why you are now starting to see, if you keep your eye on the portals, some of these prices coming down. But that was happening anyway. This is not as a result of the conflict. It was going to happen.
That's right.
And as more and more of these units, dare I say, then get handed over and enter into the pool, you will see that. So I think now is it's a tenants market. And will continue to be so. So if you've just renewed or you were on the back end of that crest, hard luck. But the new ones, and that's also, I think, why these renewed contracts are high, because people are happy with what they've got.
Well, the natural next question is, how long do you feel it will remain a tenants market?
Yeah, it's a good question. And of course, again, my caveat is no one will know. But if I had to stick my neck on the line, I would say that probably for the next couple of years, I think.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of my feeling. Looking in from the outside, if you like. I mean, this is a signal of tenant retention. It seems to be. My feeling is it's a good sign of a maturing market.
Yep.
The rental cycle, from a rental cycle perspective, and I suppose if we keep growing and if businesses keep expanding and we've got more skilled professionals coming, and there's no reason to assume that we won't, we're in a fairly positive.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that because tourism is, has taken a bit of a hit, that means also short-term renting has taken a bit of a hit. And some of the owners of these units who were enjoying double-digit ROIs from the point of view of what they paid from what they could rent for on a short term are now thinking about renting them long term. So that's adding to the pool.
Yes.
And that's why I mean that rental prices will soften. And I think any landlord that sort of digs his heels in and says, I want one check and this is the price, take it or leave it, will come back to the negotiating table in weeks to come, if or certainly months to come, if not weeks, because if they don't, they're just going to have an asset that's just going to be sitting there. People aren't stupid, and they're also looking for, I'm not going to necessarily bargains, but they're looking for value for money.
Yeah.
Buyers right now are looking for bargains. Buyers right now are looking for this, again, word, distressed deals, which appear to be eluding the majority of these buyers. And whenever someone drops a price a bit, either the agent calls it distress, it's being, this word is being bandied around way too much. And again, what distress is for you, well, it is, but what's distress you is different to me, and vice versa. Sure. So again, we're back to the force majeure, and we're back to the wear and tear clause, as it were.
Yeah, it's a good point. What do you think about it? I mean, if in terms of the short-term rental market, what do you think the impact of the situation is really going to have on that, in terms of, are we going to see a lot of short-term rental people thinking, well, actually, this long-term game's a better game to be? Do you think it's going to cause a flip, a change?
I'm not sure. I mean, it depends why you would put your property on holiday home in the first place. I mean, if it's literally just because you're going to get more money, then that person has to look at, well, where's my next income? And long term is a good bet, but it comes with issues. When you're short term renting, there is no ijari for a start.
Yeah.
And when you're long term renting, the tenant has a lot more rights as well. So in terms of selling the property, you've got to give him 12 months notice. There's lots of things why people also would put their property on short term, and not always do they qualify. You say short term renting, holiday home. Naturally, you think somewhere by the beach, somewhere by the water, somewhere by greenery. But there are holiday home rentals in the middle of, dare I say, JVC, or the middle of the desert. I mean, with no other than the convenience of what it is. But of course, what it does do is that if anybody is feeling insecure, especially from their job point of view, or indeed, let's say they've lost their job or something, but they haven't quite made that decision, dare I say, to do something else. Going from long-term into short-term as a tenant, again, means you can still live here, but have that option to decide what you want to do next at a short moment. When you have property, whether it's renting or whether you own it, the luxury of making quick decisions is not really there. Especially people who have made their lives here, to sort of up sticks and leave, if that's what you want to do, is not so easy. So you do need that period of time, and that's where I guess short-term accommodation also adds and gives people that benefit. So I don't know. I mean, there's still a market for short-term, but it's certainly chalk and cheese to what it was 50 days ago.
Just 50 days ago as well.
Yeah.
It's remarkable, that, isn't it? New launch. Here you go. Final thing I wanted to mention today, because we're actually going to be talking to Nick Pilbeam, who is the CEO, Chief Commercial Officer at Cheval Collection, Friday morning. But this is a new launch, and it's Cheval Residences Dubai Islands. It's Dubai-based developers Avenue and Wadeen developers. It's beachfront development, it's serviced hotel residence, it's luxury stuff, it's Cheval Collection, the UK hospitality brand, and it's a new, it's a very upmarket, very nice looking thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you Cheval, the sort of French name for horse, has very high end connotations here on the palm. And indeed in sort of Bulgari Island there as well. So I'm not surprised. I have to admit that I don't know much about this particular project, other than Dubai Islands is a jewel in the crown of the of the shorelines there. It's developing really nicely. Nikhil, who's the master developer, I think has done a great job in, dare I say, keeping the golden nuggets, perhaps, for themselves, the beachfront ones, selling plots to named developers, and actually, it's a cacophony of different developers that bring different things. Essentially, the master development is luxury. It's 15 minutes from downtown, 20 minutes, whatever, depending. But they're improving roads and bridges all the time. There's golf courses. It's beachfront. It's part of the 2040 master plan of increasing, sort of beaches by a certain number of kilometers. So it's an amazing development. And once Maktoum International becomes the airport, it will cease to be under any specific flight path. I mean, obviously, I know you've got DXB will still be there.
Okay.
See, right now, you fly over Dubai Islands, which it doesn't matter because it's a building site now. But in years to come, I remember living underneath the Heathrow flight path, as I'm sure you're fully aware, because we come from the same sort of area.
I did too.
You hear it, but you don't notice it anymore. It's weird, and until you actually live it, you can't say. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that will be removed anyway. So that area, amazing, and British high class branded hotel concept. So again, service, easy living, whatever you want. I'm sure they're going to have chefs to cook for you if you wanted, like a lot of these,
full
branded,
service hotel
everything.
style,
You go shopping, and the valet parker will not only take your car and park it, he'll bring your bags in and probably put them all in the cupboards for you, if that's what you want. All I'm saying here is it's a different class of way of living.
It is. It's waterfront, it's beach access, it's 1, 2, 3 bed. That's the thing. That's kind of the launch to look at this week, I suppose. And as I say, we're talking to the CCO on Friday on this program as well. For today, Mario Volpi, real estate expert, good to see you.
Thank you, Tim. Hope to see you next week.
Appreciate it. See you next week. It is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can fully replace it. The waterway is the main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say this heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts global prices. The International Energy Agency has described the situation as one of the biggest energy supply shocks, with prices rising as markets react to the risk. The US dollar steadied an early Asian trading today, holding near a one-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed little movement. The euro and the Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. In crypto markets, Bitcoin and Ethereum both edged up by about 0.2%. Crude oil prices jumped earlier today as well, with Brent rising over 3% to around $98 per barrel. WTI also moved higher, trading near $91 per barrel. The gains come as the U.S. announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, influencing market sentiment. U.S. stocks closed lower after early gains faded during the session. The S&P 500 fell about 0.6% to around 7,064 points. The Nasdaq also dropped nearly 0.6%. The Dow Jones declined by about 293 points, ending near 49,149. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading slightly over 78,000 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.52 Indian rupees, 75.98 Pakistani rupees, 33.44 Bangladeshi taka, 15.36 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is Mira Business FM. Don't forget to subscribe wherever you're watching and listening to us. Coming up on the program, financial resilience for entrepreneurs during geopolitical conflict. We have advice from a chief financial officer for entrepreneurs, for business owners, on how to move forward during a crisis. That is next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. We spend a great deal of time here, or at least we have in particular over the last 50 days or so, considering the impact of the regional conflict, and from all kinds of angles as well. We've not, however, spoken to any chief financial officers for their view on how to navigate tough times, crisis times, until now. And I have to be very careful with the gentleman that's joining us now, because he signs the checks. So, Vipin Sangwan is the Chief Financial Officer of the Mira Group. It's good of you to come and see us, Vipin, because I know busy times at the moment, huh?
Exciting, I would say.
Yeah, well, I can see you smiling, so I take heart from that. Look, the uncertainty of the regional conflict that we're experiencing now, it's weighing on all business leaders, all entrepreneurs. Of course it is. When headlines about war or conflict dominate, the bottom line's kind of the last thing you want to look at for lots of people because it's kind of scary as much as it's super important. So my first point would be the thing to do, the thing to be at the moment is pragmatic, to try and be calm, isn't it? Is that the place you start?
I think it's not only about the crisis when you need to be calm. I think, especially in roles which are finance related or where you apply daily, the brain of the company, you anyways have to be calm. But yes, the moment the crisis is there, you have to be more calm because you have to make other people calm. The first thing you do to make anybody calm is, first you have to be calm and you have to give them the comfort that, okay, yeah, there is something, it's not normal, but yes, if you just come up with a problem that, okay, there's a problem, everybody will panic.
Yeah.
If you come with a solution that, yes, you have to be truthful, that, okay, there is some problem, but you have a solution or at least a plan for that.
Yeah.
That makes things calmer.
It makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody enjoys uncertainty, and well, I would guess very few people enjoy uncertainty. But how do you deal with it? Is it something you can learn to deal with?
I would say it's definitely you can learn. I'll put it even more simple terms. It's like a muscle, First time when you face uncertainty, you are not that much prepared. You don't know how you have to react. But the more and more you go through these difficult times, which is very often, I mean, uncertainty is not something which is, a very, very unique thing which is happening to a particular event.
Sure.
It's a very regular thing. It happens every time. You may call it a different. It can be a financial crisis. It can be some conflict. It can be any other reason. So it's something which is keep on happening. How you learn out of that uncertainty is where things matters. It's like a muscle. Every time you work on it, it grows. So yes, definitely you learn. It's something which you have to learn, and I would say it's something where. Every time there's crisis, you come out stronger. The next time you're more prepared for, what you need to do. So out of, say, first time you have 5 pointers, okay, these are the 5 points I have to do after that thing overs. Next time, at least you're prepared that 5, I know what I need to do. At least in the next time you learn 2 more.
So I mean, experience counts.
Yeah.
Okay. It's fun. Years ago, I would have a problem and I would just hope it went away. That was always my attitude. And then I kind of learned over time, amazingly, I matured, I think, that if I faced a problem, not only did the problem get solved, but I felt better as well. And it's an immediate thing. But I guess I'm looking at you oversee, 30 odd companies, I think, in the Mira Group.
Yeah.
That's a little bit more pressure than for most people.
You can say more pressure, but I would say it's the time to learn more,
Okay.
because the moment crisis happens, it's like when things are normal, you don't go too much detail in things which are not the most important things. But the moment something, which is off track, it's like, you're switching on the light in a very dark room and suddenly you realize, oh, there are so many things which are messy. Which you normally don't do because you're not focused on that room, and you're just more focused on the places where you're generating the most revenue or the profitable and all those things, because all other smaller things get taken care of with the other things. But these kind of thing happens, you effectively realize, okay, everything which is a little bit messy comes into the light. You focus on those as well. So, I would say at this point of time, you get more time to spend on things which you're not focusing in the beginning because you thought, it's not that critical, but, it's been taken care by the other things which are doing good for us.
Okay. So let me ask you this. When the news broke 50 or so days ago of the conflict on February the 28th, lots of executives, and there was a real feeling, I think, of kind of wait and watch, because we didn't know what was going to happen. We still don't, but that was kind of the overall feeling, kind of a holding pattern, right? As the CEO of a large group, what was the first thing? What was the first kind of financial lever that you pulled? What did you prioritize? Was it liquidity? Was it supply chain buffers? What was the first thing you did?
I would say, even before anything happens, if you're starting to plan or start to, think of these scenarios once, some crisis happens, you're already very late.
Okay.
You cannot do that once the uncertainty is there. If you're doing it that time, you're already very late and you're not up to the task. All these things, of course, you need to have these scenarios and plans even before this thing happens, because that's what you are here for. You have to have all the possible scenarios which you can think of. Of course, before crisis happens, it's all academic. Once things happen, then is the time when you realize all these were not academic. These are actually practical. Now you just need to filter out that, okay, I have 10 plans, out of which 5, which I have, this is the worst case, this is the best case, this is a medium case, which one I will apply. But
Right.
if you start planning those cases once uncertainty happens, then you're anyways out of the action.
Okay. But liquidity is key, isn't it?
It is key in any given situation, especially in uncertainty, is the most important thing, because if that is not planned, you're anyways then it's a matter of time when you'll be vanished out of the market.
Yeah. It's not just an asset, is it? It's like oxygen.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah. Okay. All right. A conflict like the one that we've been discussing, that we've been living through, inevitably it impacts imports, it impacts exports, logistics. How do you look at pivoting when the supply chain in just construction, for example, is under threat potentially?
I would say you have to be honest and clear, with all your communications that you do with your suppliers, whether it is your, I would say even to your internal people. You have to be honest, and the communication should be there. The more and more, you try to run away from it, so that to avoid a short-term thing,
the more one I learned when I was a kid.
The more deep you're going into the trouble. So it's very, very important. Of course, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a good news for anyone in this kind of situation. But communication is the key. You have to be very, very open, because those are also guys who are under stress. It's not like you're the only one who's under stress or feeling all these things. Everybody's feeling. But it's important that we communicate with all our people, in advance, also, continuously. Like, this is what is happening. Of course, everybody's facing the tough time. Let's agree on something which is practical, which we can do, and how you can help, because they are also there to do the business with you in long term. So they'll also try to help you to the extent possible. So I would say communication is very, very important in these situations.
I mean, relationships are really important things to have, aren't they? So I guess if you get to a point where you're an entrepreneur, you're a business owner, and you need to renegotiate terms, it's important how you treat, how you speak to your creditors, to your suppliers. And, if you do keep those kind of communication lines open, there's a great benefit in that, isn't there? If you need more flexible payment terms, for example, if things get difficult. And I guess you have to think that through as well.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you have to be very, very clear, you have to keep the communication line open rather than, just try to avoid the difficult times, because it's your character what, is defined how you handle these kind of situations, because all these uncertainties are something which, of course, it's an opportunity as well for everyone. But once you get out of it, your character gets defined, how you handle that situation at this point of time, even with your suppliers or customers, everybody, and that helps you to build the long-term relation that is anyways required for any sustainable business.
So the things that hurt make a stronger kind of attitude. Okay. I guess risk models for this year were written a while ago, I'm guessing, at least. And you kind of alluded to this, but I'm also guessing that the risk models that were written previously had to change, and they had to change at speed, at hyper speed probably. How do you recalculate risk appetite when the external environment is changing by the hour? I mean, it's changing constantly. How do you do that?
before, in normal situation, you prepare, say, 10 scenarios, 10 different risk models, keep on working. The moment this thing happens, you have to be very, very focused. You cannot keep a very open-wided, scope. You have to be very clear only with three things.
Okay.
What is the bottom where, if your, say, revenue goes down by, say, 90%,
Okay.
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Second is, what is the minimum level of cost that you need to have to survive whatever you need to survive with that 80 or 90% cut in the revenue? And what are the triggers? These three things trigger when I say, what will happen, what can lead to the revenue going down from, say, the existing ones to 90%. At what point of time I need to take what decision? These are my triggers.
Okay.
So these are the only three things what you need to focus on rather than the broad scope of 1,000 scenarios what you built before this thing happened. Of course, when you have luxury of time, you can keep on modeling, or if this goes this, I'll do that. But ultimately, when this thing happens, you need to be very, very focused. What are the key three things for you? What is your bottom? How you'll manage the minimum thing, what you need to manage with that bottom? And what are the triggers that suppose you have plan A, plan B, plan C? When you move from plan A to plan B, what is that trigger? What is your trigger when you think you already reached plan B and still it's not working? What is your trigger to reach to plan C? Okay. So you keep it very simple. Once these things happen, you get out of that entire simulations of 1,000 worksheets and you come down to basics. Okay, this is my bottom. This is my minimum survival thing, and these are my triggers that I'll activate. If this thing happens.
Okay. And you hope that you never get to plan D. That's when you put your head in the sand. And, yeah. What about people? Because financial reports are often, they're kind of cold, hard data, aren't they? But in a crisis, teams become anxious, as does management. Employees are reading the same news, investors are getting nervous. How do you manage that communication? How do you present a cautious financial outlook to the board and staff without any sense of panic, with a sense of calm?
Bad news is not a bad news if you give with some solution.
Okay.
It's bad news if you're not providing any solution and you're just being a messenger and telling, oh, something bad has happened. We are looking at, we are monitoring it. We'll see how it improves. Then it creates panic.
And if you leave it hanging like that?
Then it creates panic.
Okay.
Then it creates chaos. Then people are like, if the leadership is not clear, everybody knows there is panic.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
what they're looking up to you is how you plan to get out of it. Or at least what is your plan? Nobody knows whether we'll be able to execute that plan perfectly, but at least I have plan A, plan B, plan C. So communication, where you deliver the situation. Okay, this is the situation. You have to be very, very transparent. You cannot just hide out, oh, something happened, I'm not communicating. Then it becomes a little bit more difficult. So the early you give the communication and give it with very, very certainty that, okay, there is a situation. We have plan A, plan B, and, we'll try to deliver that.
Yeah.
And of course, you have to be, expecting, at that point of time to your people that, they'll also support you to execute that plan. Then it turns things down up, and you motivate people effectively. Once you give it, with a plan, they'll try to deliver and help you to execute that plan.
It's a very, very intricate job to do. In tough times, there's more pressure, I guess, to cut costs. That's one thing we know. How do you, as a CEO, distinguish between...
I'll correct you, I'm the CFO.
I was miles away there. As the CFO, I even knew that. How do you distinguish between frivolous spending and vital investment that, really contributes to company growth? I know you can't give me specific examples. I'm not looking for that. But is there one thing or one area, perhaps, that you would absolutely refuse to cut, even when margins really tighten? Broadly speaking, I'm not looking to read the balance sheet, nor would I be able to. But you know what I mean.
No, I'll also not get into the jargons and all those
Sure.
stuff of the financial. I'll keep it very, very simple so
Sure.
that everybody understand it very, very clearly. See, when you think of cutting cost, of course, in uncertainty, that is the only thing which is effectively in your control.
Yeah.
Because, when you cannot do anything about your revenues, the only other area which you can control is the cost. So that's the key decision what you have to make on a daily basis. In my view, you have to be thinking about before, going on the numbers, what value that cost adds in long term. I can have a cost which is the highest in my entire P&L, and I can say, oh, let's cut this and we'll save around, say, 50% of my cost. But that 50% which I'm going to cut, how much value that cost is going to add, not in, say, 2 months, but in, say, 1 year, 2 years. If I manage that after 6 months, will that be giving me back what I've lost, say, 2 times, 3 times? Then I'll not think of that cost to be cut.
Okay.
So this is the approach which I would, or in my view, everybody should take. That instead of just looking at the number of that particular item, you have to see what value it's going to add in longer term, or maybe say in a medium term, if I'll be able to survive. Of course, you need to have plan whether you'll be survive, or it's the minimum thing that you need to have, whether you can reduce it from say from 50 to say 40%, 30%. But yes, it's not only the number which can decide whether it has to be cut, or how much value it is, or how much you're going to save in a shorter period of time. It's the long-term value which you have to think of. If I'm losing say 5 million every month because of one particular thing, but I believe that after 6 months, that thing will get you say 2 times or 3 times of what you actually spent. I'll keep incurring that cost if I'm able to survive. Of course, I need to find different sources where, I'll be able to fund those. And, of course, that has to be done even before this thing happens.
No, that makes sense. I mean, it's not just a question of faith, is it? It's understanding. We all know what things cost, but you would question how many of us really get the value of the things that we spend money on, I suppose. You alluded to this as well earlier. You mentioned the opportunities that perhaps arise, and I guess it's really difficult to think about growing at a time like this. But there are opportunities around, aren't there?
Opportunities is the only inevitable thing which happens in uncertainty. That's the thing which in these times is where everything changes. You have the opportunity of getting a market share. You have the opportunity of getting in a particular line of business which you were thinking they're already overcrowded. So, these times are the ones where actually things happen. This is where the businesses are actually made, or, where you make a fortune. Of course, it's not same for everyone, because if you're making a fortune, somebody is losing it. Sure. So it's where the redistribution of resources, money happens. In normal times, it's very difficult to shift from one particular market share, say by more than 1-2%. But these are the times when it totally shifts from say 2% to 10%, 15%, because bigger, larger businesses, then they're something which they were not focusing on. Now somebody who has the will and the resources will focus on those things. So these are the times when you actually get the opportunity to build a fortune. That's my strong belief.
These are times when you really need to use that focus. Do you think crisis reveals weaknesses, potential weaknesses in your business model? And you kind of said this actually when we started talking. Maybe you're a little bit busy previously, and you can kind of see where the fluffy stuff is, and the stuff that isn't really working, but it's kind of allowed to happen.
Yeah, as I said, these are the times when actually things come out. Of course, it's not like you were not aware, but you were busy in building things which were valuing more, and some things, of course, everything is important, but you have to think of from the overall value it adds to the for financial terms to my top line and my bottom line. So if something is not that material, at least for the financial numbers, things are going on, it's fine, it's good to have.
Yeah.
But then something suddenly happens, then you go from good to have to must have.
Right.
Then, as I said, you just switch on the light in a dark room suddenly after 2 years and you realize, oh, there was so many stuff which I knew it was there, but I was focused more on the other areas of the house. But at this point of time, you get into each and everything and you realize, oh, okay, is it actually making sense? I was ignoring it, not because I wanted to, but it was not, making much of difference because there are so many other good things which we were doing. But suddenly now we have to generate value or at least get out that value from each and everything what we're doing.
It's a time to get forensic, isn't it? It is.
Yeah.
We're really short on time. We've got to go to the news, but just briefly, final question for you, Vipin. For a small business owner or an entrepreneur listening to this, maybe watching this, and they feel a bit overwhelmed, what advice would you put forward? What would you offer?
First of all, I would say they have to feel that it's not only them who are overwhelmed. It's not something, they have to feel that they have done something bad in terms of decision making. It's the same feeling with everyone. Whomsoever is in that category or that segment is feeling that heat. They need to focus on something which they can manage even at a smaller scale. They might be doing 5 things. If they have to survive, they have to think of, say, out of 5, if I do 1 or 2 for now, will I be able to survive in longer term? And of course, they need to have very, very clear discussion or communication with all their suppliers and vendors. Because if you communicate, you will at least try to find a solution. If you don't, in 1 or 2 months, you'll break that relation. And for them, it's very, very critical to have those relationships both with their customers and their suppliers. Otherwise, their businesses, it's difficult to survive.
I appreciate you putting it so simply today as well. There was almost no jargon in there whatsoever. If there was, it was me using the jargon. Navigating the ledger in times of crisis, a pragmatic approach. Vipin Sangwan is the Chief Financial Officer of the Mira Group. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Appreciate talking to you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. UAE Ambassador to the US, Yusuf Al Uthaiba, has rejected claims that the UAE needs external financial support. He said the country is one of the world's most financially strong economies, backed by large sovereign assets and strong reserves. Al Uthaiba also highlighted the UAE's significant investments in the US, saying the partnership is built on mutual benefit. His remarks come after US President Donald Trump mentioned possible financial cooperation, including a currency swap. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has invited consultants to design a new airport express line. The proposed 55-kilometer metro line will link Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum International Airport. The route is expected to include 5 stations and pass through areas like Al Jadaf and the Jumeirah Village Circle. Officials say the project aims to improve connectivity between the city's 2 major airports. The Hafid rail project has reached a 40% completion, marking a key step in linking the UAE and Oman. The 238-kilometer railroad will connect major locations including Al Ain, Al Buraimi, and Sohar. Officials say the project will boost trade, strengthen supply chains, and support economic ties between the 2 countries. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can fully replace it. The waterway's main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say the heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts the global prices. And the International Energy Agency has described the situation as one of the biggest energy supply shocks, with prices rising as markets react to the risk. The US dollar steadied in early Asian trading today, holding near a one-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed little movement. The euro and Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive. A new Work from Park initiative is rolling out soon. So it's tech-enabled outdoor workspaces across the city here in Dubai, hopefully, over time. And it's going to blend productivity with green spaces. It's a real challenge to the traditional office model, and it's a move that comes as companies double down on the idea of flexibility in the workspace, and as cities as well compete to attract talent. Now, Omar Al-Maheri is the co-founder of Let's Work, and that's the platform partnering with Dubai Municipality to power these smart environments. And he's here. Omar, it's good to meet you.
Nice to meet you too, Tim.
Good to have you here. So we're going to get down to breaking down the collaboration and what it means for the future of work in Dubai. But where did the idea come from, first of all?
Yeah, I mean, so we got a request to meet with the Dubai Municipality. Okay. And it was just a very casual chat. They wanted to figure out what we do, and essentially we're a commercial real estate platform. Yeah. We work with co-working spaces, hotels, and cafes, and we basically enable them for individuals or teams to work out of. And they wanted to understand like what our scope of work can be. And the idea was, they said, we have this great public spaces, but can we, add that layer of work, remote work into them? And so the first idea came up, which was Barsha Pond Park. Right. They brought out a map and they said, okay, we found 3 locations that could potentially work for this. And this was in January, and there's construction going on today, so it's quite impressive.
It's happening.
It's happening. Yeah, it is happening.
I mean, it's one of those ideas. Did you sit there and think, well, look, I do co-working spaces. We do buildings, and we work on licensing, and we make sure that communications are there. And that's a fairly traditional model, a new but fairly traditional model. How does this work outside? Did you sort of think, is somebody pranking me here? Because it's a really unusual idea. It sort of blurs the line between leisure and work time, doesn't it? Because the outdoor space is a very different place to work. And I get that these days it's perfectly normal to work in a coffee shop. Of
course,
so that's kind of a standard thing, as it is to work in a traditional office space. Is this something that people were asking for? Were people asking for more in terms of, I need to be outside of the office, but I don't want a coffee shop?
Yeah, I think the number one feedback we usually get from our members is more locations. So essentially, what we've aggregated a lot of data throughout the years, where you can see people's movements. We can see essentially where people want to be, and that's next to their homes, their schools, or any kind of activity, if it's the gym or it's some place you're going to meet up. So people are always looking for more of these little hubs that they can work out of. We offer that flexibility in terms of not having to sign up for one space specifically. And I think the very important thing about the park space is we in the UAE, obviously, malls have become kind of our community hubs, right? They're more like, let's say, a street in Europe. Parks, maybe not so much. So I think this is an initiative to basically push people to use those community hubs. And I think one way to bring a lot of people together throughout the day is to say, you know what, this could be your office for the day as well. Work has changed. And I think the Dubai government's super forward thinking is, let's activate these parks again. Let's not just have them as parks for kids to come.
That's kind of how it seems. It's it's getting more bang for your buck from the park, I suppose, from the government perspective. But I figure that's kind of clever, because if you're working in one of your spaces near the gym one day, you're in the park one day, you're near a mall the other day, near your child's school one day, you're more likely to go back to the park at the weekend because it's an environment that you're kind of used to.
Yeah.
It's an initiative that it works great for 7 or 8 months of the year. I have this kind of hanging over me, but the weather strikes me that could be a bit tricky in August.
So the MOU was signed with 3 parties: us, Dubai Municipality, and Amana Group, and they're the ones that built Dubai Design District and a lot of other spaces in the UAE.
Right.
And so they're actually showing a new technology that they're using there, which is I don't want to say like a porter cabin, but they're quite really high quality installations out there.
Okay.
And one of the main things that came into decision with, number one, the space and where it is we needed to keep it close to the parking. So the outdoors, the time you spend outdoors is a little is less. So you just walk to the space.
Gotcha. Right.
And then obviously it's going to be equipped with ACs and everything. So you'll still have that kind of I'm outside but inside feel, which I think people crave. I mean, you have plants here and stuff. I think that's what people look for. And when designing the space and when figuring out exactly how it should look, we did want to keep that kind of essence of this is a park and allow people to feel that. So I don't know if you've seen some of the renders, but it's all glass so that you can feel like you're still part of the park and you're still outdoors in nature, but maintaining that cool, at least
it's a hard thing to explain, but it's kind of like the outdoors indoors and the indoors outdoors
exactly
kind of thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's best have a look online. You'll find the renders there. Okay, so if the mercury's up, then you are air conditioned, but you're still kind of in the park. It makes sense. All right. So this is not just like Wi-Fi under a tree.
No, of course not.
It?
It's fully equipped.
Yeah.
We even have we plan to launch meeting rooms for anyone who wants to book them. Even offices for the day, so you can actually book an office for 1 day or for an hour through our platform. And I think that's the reason why Dubai Municipality decided to work with us. Is we've seen so many different different setups for workspaces. So we were able to understand what people really want and what people are looking for. And I think being so central in a big community, we kind of understand the niches that people are looking for. Whether it's, I just want to work for the day in this space, or actually, I have a team offsite that I want to host in a meeting room.
Yeah.
And so why not in a park, somewhere a bit different than your traditional coffee shop, as you said, or your office, something a bit more, I guess, stimulating to the mind, where it's like, okay, we're out somewhere different. Let's come up with new ideas, and that's kind of the ethos of the space.
Okay, I love that you said how traditional it is to work from a coffee shop. How times have changed.
Nowadays,
but it is, isn't it?
Exactly.
But I can see how it could work. So if you had a meeting room in the park and you have like a breakout picnic, for example, and then you're back in the meeting room.
Yeah.
I can see that. There's a bit of a psychological shift, though, isn't there, I suppose, for a lot of people, the more traditional amongst us. You've spent years building the Let's Work platform for indoor co-working, really. So for you guys, there's a fundamental difference, that being inside in a very a more traditional space to a modular kind of pod at Barsha Pond Park. It's a different way to work.
Yeah, it's a new challenge. I think we're excited by it, and I think even from our own spaces, we do see a lot of people who just crave that kind of. I just want to be outside all day, and so some of our spaces actually do have that. As you said, throughout the summer months, it's a bit hard to maintain. But I think people do look for alternative workspaces, not just your traditional. I mean, coffee shops are great, co-working spaces are great, but I think the mixture of different spaces in one space can make a really big difference for your workday. So, for example, me and my co-founder worked from this space called Neseb in El Barari.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. It's quite nestled out in quite far out from Dubai, let's say. But you can have your meetings downstairs, finish your workspace, and then upstairs they have a really nice rooftop where we went to have lunch.
Okay.
So I think that kind of difference really gives your day a bit more of the when we need to work on something a bit more creative, when we need to work on something a bit harder, it's nice to have that those different elements to really help you get through the day. Let's say.
I was going to say, that the ability to kind of look out onto a vista, if you like, it kind of gets the creative juices flowing, doesn't it? It breaks up the monotony, I guess. How is you work? Obviously, you're a tech-enabled firm. Clearly, how does the Let's Work app handle the booking flow? I mean, is it just a bolt onto your existing system, I guess?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
So like two ways. We'll obviously welcome our community with any credits they have, or if they want to buy a day pass or book for a meeting room and office.
Right.
That will all be done through the Let's Work app or website.
Okay.
And then what we're building in the space is just an easy way, if you can imagine like a metro pass where you just tap in and the turnstile will open. That's kind of what we want to build. It should be a quick and easy flow to come and use the space throughout the day.
Okay. What does it cost for a Let's Work pass? What kinds of what ranges are we looking at?
So the minimum for like an individual who wants to have we call it 25 credits, which gets you access to let's say 4 spaces in a month, is about 120 dirhams. And then it can range up to, we have big corporate teams that use us and they buy thousands of credits that they can use.
Sure.
But also we do believe that, work is flexible. Flexibility is at the ethos of what we do at Let's Work. So we allow people to just browse and pick a day pass. So you can go work from, one of our most popular spaces is actually the Rove Hotels. You can work from one of those spaces and it's about 30 dirhams just for the day pass. And that gives you access to the space, tea, coffee, water, discount on food. And then you have the other one, like Neseb, that I was talking about, is about 120 dirhams for a day pass. So it ranges on the space.
Okay. And where do you think the Work from Park initiative is going to sit?
We definitely don't want to make it super expensive because it is for the community. And this is something we're discussing right now with the Dubai municipality.
Okay.
It will be around a range of, let's say, a mix of a co-working space and a hotel. I think that's kind of where we want to price it at to make it accessible for everyone.
And does that includes your communication, your Wi-Fi and everything else?
Yes, of course, access to the space. We're also going to have a coffee shop in there too to make sure that you stay, I guess, caffeinated and hydrated.
As long as you've got the priorities right here, then I'm with you. So when you're installing the first, are they pods? Are you going to call them pods in the park? Or what's it
Amana has their own technology and their own name that they're announcing with it. But essentially, they're not pods, but if you've seen maybe, I don't know what's a good comparison. If you've been to big outdoor exhibitions or it's a big installation, but it's more permanent because we've added power lines, we've added obviously the Wi-Fi connection. Everything needed to be fitted for the space. And the cool thing that they've done also is we've basically given the upstairs is like a mezzanine area. Obviously in the summer it's not going to be used, but we hope in the cooler periods it would be really great to host some events there, some meetups. And the whole point of this space is not just to be a workspace, but also we want to host different events, meetups, even let's say something for the Barsha community, since it's situated in their community. Maybe we can do stuff for that.
One of the things with this is the park aspect, and I mean that from the perspective of people that go to parks. And if you don't go to the parks in the UAE, in Dubai in particular, you don't realise how great the parks are. It's such a huge bonus, I think, for the environment, because there is so much work done on parks. Municipality do an amazing job, I think. How's demand at the moment? What's the reaction been like from people that you're talking to? Look, we're moving into this new area. What do you think? Are people like, oh, Mark, come on, you want me to go and sit in the park? Or are people like, no, that's a great idea?
I mean, I guess the press release went out yesterday, and we've had a lot of people coming in really excited to help work with us, or excited to just see the space. We've had people from our community saying, oh, when can I book it? It's been really, really good. I think everyone, like you said, I think a lot of people don't really go to parks, and now this is a really great way for them to say, I'm going to come to the park and work from there. And I think a lot of people are just excited for any new space that we launch, any new space that we partner with, everyone gets really excited. But this one, I feel like has just like, changed the dynamic. I think people are saying, okay, this is like a first for a lot of people. So let's see.
It is a first, isn't it? It was one of those things. I saw this and thought, I kind of did a double take and thought, working from the park, and all the jokes came to mind, and I'm thinking of, I love the idea of working for somebody and calling them from the park and saying, I'm in the park. What are you doing in the park? I'm working for you.
Exactly,
currently at the moment. I've got myself set up. I've got my laptop. So the pilot is Barsha Pond Park, isn't it? That's the first one. If that goes according to plan, everything works, the uptake's great, people enjoy it. How many parks are you looking at by? Because that starts in May. Is
Yes,
that right?
yeah.
In theory, in May. What are we looking at by the end of the year? Let's say.
So it's interesting. During the conversation of Barsha Pond Park, we had, while signing the MOU, I mean, we've been to the Dubai Municipality's office quite often to basically do different workshops, work on different ideas, and they're already speaking about the next 2 locations. I can't announce them right now, but there's going to be a lot more coming. And it's not limited to parks, I think. I think they're looking at public spaces and seeing how to equip Dubai with these community hubs for people to work from. And I think it's really exciting because, like I said, January we started, already it's being built, and they're already looking at the next one. And I think that's like a big statement from the Dubai government. It's like, we keep moving, we keep trying to find new things to do, and we're super excited. And let's see.
I mean, it's certainly that. This is moving at pace, isn't it? I mean, it's a model that I guess you could scale beyond Dubai. This is something that I can see this working across the GCC. I can see this working in all kinds of places.
Of course, yeah.
How do you think, I mean, you're talking about the government there and the speed the government works at, and how does this position or help to position Dubai in kind of global terms? Because if you're looking in on, I don't know, you're in London, New York, Paris, wherever you are, looking in thinking, they're all working in parks in Dubai. It's kind of a little bit nuts, but good nuts, if you know what I mean. How does it position Dubai globally in terms of attracting talent, digital talent, remote workers? We've got the remote work visa, for example, and it seems like a work from park network is kind of another product, if you like, that is part of an attraction to international, the digital nomads that we're seeking to sort of bring in.
Yeah, I think so when we started Let's Work, there was only like maybe 2 or 3 co-working spaces. Fast forward to today, there's about, I would say, like 50, 60 co-working spaces. And so when we initially launched Let's Work, there weren't that many spaces we could partner with apart from F&B or hospitality venues. And when we started partnering with co-working spaces, the ones that were opening up, we thought, the shift will easily push to those co-working spaces. Even the corporates that started using us, we assumed that they would use those co-working spaces. But what was super clear is people still want to work from cafes and hotels because everyone has their own kind of style of working from. And I think this park element for sure will add a bit more of an edge to what we have as an offering here in Dubai. I think you're completely right in saying, we're attracting the right type of talent. We're also helping the talent that's already here feel more comfortable, feel more flexible. I think remote working policies is something that is definitely needed. Even at Let's Work, we're hybrid. We work, 2-3 days out of our own spaces, and we meet our members that way. And I think that gives flexibility, not just here, but if you want to build a global brand, if you have a really good setup in terms of a hybrid workspace, that really changes a lot. So I think if you speak to a lot of tech teams, a lot of tech companies that have tech teams abroad, they'll tell you that most of the tech teams actually don't work together. So we ended up launching spaces in Pakistan for our teams to work together. And that really does make a big difference in the impact of your whole team. And I think doing that in Dubai as well could be really interesting to look at.
The flexibility kind of brings people together.
Exactly.
Saying, yeah, okay. And that's the key, isn't it? The idea that you can work, I don't know, in a park one week, in an F&B location another week, in a coffee shop the next week. How much are you seeing companies formally kind of integrating spaces like your Let's Work spaces into their hybrid work policies? How much uptake have you seen?
So we've had, we've been pleasantly surprised post, I think, let's say 2 years after COVID. We actually built a product for this because we got a lot of requests for people looking to not only have the option to work from these different spaces. So let's assume a company has like 20 remote working days per year in their cycle. So what we've done is we've built a product for them to be able to say, you know what, in those 20 days, you can work wherever you want. We're going to give you an extra 20 days and you work from Let's Work spaces and you meet up in these spaces. So one of our core customers is actually Emirates NBD. They use us. We've just wrapped up a pilot with them. And what we realize also is they're not only looking for that, but they're looking for meeting spaces. They're looking for workshop spaces that are outside of the office. Instead of telling everyone, okay, come, let's meet at the HQ, the usual day-to-day. You know what? Here's a great offering. We have access to 1,000 different meeting rooms across the city. Why don't we just meet in these spaces? And another interesting one we piloted with was EAN, so it's Salat. And they wanted access to UAE. Very quickly, we saw there's some people using our spaces in Saudi, some in Egypt. And that for us was like, okay, we have spaces in countries that people actually do work out of or do want to work from. So I think that kind of forward thinking or that kind of activation of these spaces really gives that workforce the sense of pride, like, oh, my company is actually allowing me to work from these spaces. And then number two, for the spaces themselves, they have such a diverse range. So a co-working space typically will expect SMEs to come in, small boutique consultant firms. But now you have people from EAN, the NBD working besides, people who are starting their businesses, which I think is quite great. You can build that serendipity where...
Well, you can. It's a great environment to work from as
exactly,
well. It spurs some unusual thinking as well. It's very forward thinking, but it's the freedom, it's the flexibility again, isn't it, to work how you want to work. And I suppose as well, if you're one of the larger corporates, there's a sense of empowerment if you work. You're trusted.
Of course, yeah.
Outside. What have you learned in the journey so far? I mean, obviously you're a tech firm in many ways. In terms of data that you collect or insights that you're collecting from people that use and organisations that use your spaces, what have you learned, and how does that shape what you want to do, where you want to be?
We, like I said, we don't have an office ourselves, to be honest. We work from our spaces.
You really are nomadic, aren't you?
Yeah, we have to live our product. And the beauty of that is we get to meet our customers. We see who's using what spaces every day. And that really gives us a sense of like an ear to the ground. And I think one thing that we've noticed is people who maybe don't have an office or don't have that kind of space that they can call their day-to-day office really love using our product so that they can feel like they're part of something as well. We have our top customer, maybe I won't mention his name, but he's been going to one of the Rove hotels every day for the last maybe 3 years. He's surpassed anyone's check-ins from all of our Let's Work members, even our own team.
No sick days, no nothing.
Nothing. I asked him. We met up with him a couple of weeks ago, and he said, yeah, this is it. My kid's school is there. This is what I love. I need to get out. I can't work from home. And so I think what we've done is created that kind of sense of like, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm doing my own thing, and the fact that we can give this also to teams and corporates, that feeling is a really powerful thing. And I think what we've learned is people want more spaces always. People want new spaces always. And I think that's kind of Dubai's, ethos as well. And what we always do every summer is we figure out where people are traveling to, and we try to expand into those countries as well, just so that they can continue using their membership.
It's fascinating. It is. So it starts next month. It's the Work from Park initiative. Omar Maheri is the co-founder of Let's Work, partnering with Dubai Municipality to, power the parks from a work perspective. It's been good to talk to you. I appreciate you coming in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning. It's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. The Hafid, a rail project, has reached 40% completion, marking a key step in linking the UAE and Oman. The 238 kilometers railroad will connect major locations including Al Ain, Al Buraimi and Sahar. Officials say the project will boost trade, strengthen supply chains and support economic ties between the two countries. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can fully replace it. The waterway is the main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say this heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts the global prices. The US dollar steadied in early Asian trading today, holding near a one-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed little movement. The euro and Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. Crude oil prices jumped earlier today, with Brent rising over 3% to around $98 per barrel. WTI also moved higher, trading near $91 per barrel. And the gains come as the U.S. announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, influencing market sentiment. U.S. stocks are closed lower after high or early gains faded during the session. The S&P 500 fell about 0.6% to around 7,064 points. The Nasdaq also dropped nearly 0.6%. The Dow Jones declined by about 293 points, ending near 49,149. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $78,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.52 Indian rupees, 75.98 Pakistani rupees, 33.44 Bangladeshi taka, 16.36 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive. Global uncertainty has risen in recent weeks, of course, for obvious reasons. UAE residents are urged, or have been urged by many, to get their finances in order. Is that necessary? That's what we're going to talk about now. From liquidity to insurance gaps, a practical checklist has gained some attention of late. Pyle Trayan is the partner and senior investment strategist at the Michelle Carby practice and joins us. I haven't seen you for a while, but it's good to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome. Good to have you back in. So this was a social media post, and it was all about what to do with your money in times of uncertainty. And we'll run through some of this. There's some interesting points here. So it was basically encouraging like financial fortification, wasn't it? That was kind of the idea.
Yeah, I think the idea always is that, you should always have these A financial plan should always be set up in place. It's not something you should jump to at a moment's panic.
Yeah.
But I think what tends to happen, as what naturally always happens, is a moment of panic or a moment of crisis just kind of drives home that natural instinct of, oh, is everything in place? Have I got everything done? Or do I need to do something? So I think it was more about just kind of, to a certain extent, just calming people down as well, to say, look, calm down, while you're worried about various other things, let's help you out, give you a checklist, make life a bit easier for you so that you can kind of just go 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's just easy.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, let's start with the basics then. How often, first of all, I know I'm going to think, oh no, this is not me. How often, realistically, should you be balancing, reviewing your accounts? When should you sort of be checking yourself?
I actually love this question because every time I'm asked this by a client, initially I always turn around to a client and I say, look, if this is something that needs to be, if you've met with a good advisor, right, you put a template in place. Once you put that template in place, you don't have to be reviewing or rebalancing things because you've put the template in place. So when I'm often asked this question, and as a professional, when I'm asked the question, for me, naturally, it's, well, every month, because every month your pay comes in, you should know the boxes that you tick, the savings go aside, the bills go aside, and then the expenses come in. Now, note, I've said bills separate, savings separate, and then your expenses, right? So pay yourself before you pay anybody else.
That's the perceived wisdom, isn't it? The pay yourself first idea.
Yeah. And then once you've put all this in place, you don't necessarily have to go back and keep revisiting this. But as a point of check, every quarter is always a good idea just to make sure, am I on target? Am I doing everything that I needed to do? So I know that, again, because working with Michelle in the industry, it's a mandate for us that every quarter we should speak to clients just as an update of, hey, how's everything going? We set these plans up. Are you still working on them? Is everything still on track? Great. Is anything ugly, reared its head that needs dealing with? Great. Are you sitting on an excess bonus or something of the sort? So all of that stuff is just good to do every quarter, but it's good to do. It's not a need to do. The need to do stuff you should really set up right at the beginning so it works like a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, okay. And if, is there something that you've decided you want to do in the meantime? It's an ongoing process,
Yes.
but it's, it's really staying on top of things, isn't it?
100%.
Yeah.
Always. And I think that kind of comes with the idea of that discipline, that routine that you set up right from get-go, and then you follow through.
Okay. So in terms of how much money you should have set aside, because this is kind of, the first thing, your kind of emergency fund, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there's always some accessible cash, whether it's in dollars or whatever currency. How much in practical, how many months of living expenses should you keep sort of liquid, ready in the bank you could get to at a moment's notice?
I mean, from an industry perspective, the staple is always to say at least 3 to 6 months of your living expenses should be kept aside. I like that. I like that as a rule of thumb. And I think that's something to always work towards, is 3 to 6 months that will allow you to live comfortably.
So how do you work out your living I mean, I know you should be able to do it, but I'm sort of doing maths in my head. It's not a good place to do maths, I'll be honest with you, pal. But how do you do that? How do you work out your living expenses?
I think you start with the most important stuff first, is if your medical insurance is not paid up front, what's going to be the extra cost of your medical insurance? If your rent is not paid up front, what's the cost of your rent? We all roughly do have a good idea. I mean, Deo has made it brilliant with the app on your phone. So you get a good idea of what your monthly bills are. Make sure you've got 3 to 6 months covered of that set aside, right?
Okay.
Run your groceries. So for all of this stuff, I always say there's a great tool, and now you can use, stuff like ChatGPT and Claude and get a really good budget planner and plot in on that budget planner, okay, this is what I spend every month. And then it'll just do the job for you, really. I mean, it'll kind of work out, okay, on a 3 to 6 month basis, based on what you made, this is how much you need to set aside. And divide that. Now set that aside with every pay, because it's a big burden, right? To all of a sudden just park 3 months of your salary away. it's a big one. So carve it out. Your emergency funds should always be a part of your monthly salary right from day one.
Okay, so you're saving into your
Correct.
emergency
Correct.
funds.
Always.
Okay, right, got you. But it's not just about keeping lots of cash, though, is it? I mean, a lot of people don't want to keep a lot of cash because
Correct.
inflation eats into your cash. So how do you convince clients that cash is king? If you're really in a tight spot or there's a crisis, whatever it might be, but cash is. How do you convince people that cash is king when inflation does? If they're worried about inflation eating into?
I think in today's world, also with how good the banking systems have become, there's not a lot of convincing you need to do anymore. Back in the day, yes, I agree with you. But now with stuff like WEO, guys in the UK use Revolut and stuff like that. All of these things, or even if you're using something like an Interactive Brokers, within Interactive Brokers, you just set cash aside. It still pays you a bit of an interest rate. So very, very rarely have I now come across a bank that doesn't give you a floating rate on cash held. Now, arguably, some of these are probably time deposits and so forth. But look, there's always pros and cons behind everything. And I always tell people, you've got to understand the value of certainty versus uncertainty. So have a bunch of your investments out in the market, invested, and that's perfectly fine. But then there's one pot of your savings that you shouldn't get greedy about. That should just be for comfort, protection, and certainty.
Okay.
And the best thing about cash is it's always certain.
Yeah, so it is. There's a feeling, isn't there? If you have, I have a habit of doing this. I have very little money. I'll be honest with you, but I have an amount of money set aside, and I know, and I get to a point where I think, I've spent a bit more, and it's gone down a bit, and then I think, at the end of the month, so I top it up, and then I feel better. There's no reason really to feel better, but there is a feeling of feeling better.
That's comfort. That's comfort. That's protection. It's security, and it's invaluable. Honestly, it is. I say this in my line of work. I said, look, you could be that guy that bought Nvidia right before the earnings, and the following day you probably made about 15-20% great. But you could also be the guy that it went wrong for. You could also be the guy that it went down 15-20% for. And it's about your level of comfort. If you're comfortable with that sort of risk, that's fine. That's on you. But at the same time, it is easier to make those decisions for investment when you know you have a secure pot to back you up.
It is. There's no doubt about that. So it's not that difficult to sort of say to people, you need this much. It's not hard for you to convince people to have a little bit of cash put aside. That's fine. We're in tough times. It's uncertain times at the moment. Markets are, they don't know what's going to happen. They're kind of shaky. Let's put it that way. And at times like those, investors often chase high yield products, obviously. How do you warn people away from the guaranteed high returns? It's all going to be great when things aren't so great. It is unstable.
I talk about fundamental economics, right?
Okay.
And if you look at the situation today, and I'm sorry I'm going to bore some of your listeners probably a little bit.
I do that every day. Don't worry about it. Fine.
But I think the way I look at a situation is I always bottle it down to the fundamentals. And the fundamentals haven't changed right now. Okay. The fundamentals are you've still got a massive backlog on shipping lines. You've still got massive challenges ahead of you when it comes to logistics, cost of productions, transportation of everything. So when you're looking at this situation, it is all but warranted that the way we build things is going to become expensive and probably more restrictive, right? I'm sure you've had many experts on here who've all analyzed the situation. I don't think many of them are probably a different interpretation from what I'm saying, but the fact still remains. You've got all these massive blockades. So when you're looking at these things, be careful. Don't just dive into speculation into a market just because everyone's now kind of bought into that feeling that, it's all over and we're kind of going back to normal. And this is what we call a euphoria rally in the market, right? And to a certain extent, this euphoria rally, look, I'm not saying for a long-term investor, all of these are moments in time. For a long-term investor is looking at, the next 10, 12 years, this will probably be a blip, just like the financial crisis was. Sure, it was a bit painful. We came out on the other side. From a long-term perspective, it didn't matter. But you have to kind of identify where in your financial stage are you today? Are you someone that's ready to retire? Then perhaps maybe don't go for the high-yield products. Maybe start to be a bit sensible. If you're somebody that's got, 20, 30 years of working life ahead of you, fine. It's a justifiable risk to a proportion of your portfolio, but certainly not all of it. So I always say to people, everything in moderation and everything with professional advice is never a bad idea. But know yourself. Before you kind of jump to what's, the next ABC doing, know yourself, understand your objectives, your priorities, what your goals are, what your timelines are, and then make an informed decision.
You're a voice of reason.
I try to be.
Yeah. It wasn't boring either. I'll give you that. Can I ask you a question? We're in a society here in the UAE, very much expatriate society.
Yeah.
Hit by all kinds of banking products from all over the place for all kinds of different people.
Yeah.
Offshore bank accounts. Who needs an offshore bank account?
Again, I get asked this question a lot by clients because there's this perceived notion of an offshore bank account is extremely safe. And it is. I want to break that myth today and say yes, because of jurisdiction, of where these offshore banks are based.
Right.
Yes, they have stronger jurisdiction, stronger regulations. That makes it a slightly more robust banking method. Right now, where you've got to think about risk in banking is when you start to become too much of a credit lender, right? So if you think about all of your high street banks, they all offer credit cards, mortgages, etc. There's a lot of flow of money going on.
Yeah.
Offshore banks generally don't. So the risk to your deposit being used to pay for someone else's mortgage is very low. As a result, that bank is perceived to be a lot safer because the lending amount going on is a lot lower. So offshore bank accounts, for a lot of these reasons, have always, I think probably 250 years, they've been deemed really, really safe jurisdictions, and rightfully so. All of the reasons why you should have an offshore bank account stands. So when I'm asked the question, who should have one? Again, there's a perceived notion that, I need to have 6 figures to be open up an offshore bank account. Completely false. The amount of clients I've sat down with that said, but I don't have, 100,000 to put in as a deposit. I'm like, well, you don't need 100,000 to put in as a deposit. So there's a lot of kind of myth breakers that need to happen in the industry. But if you're asking me who needs an offshore bank account, my answer is, well, everyone. Why not? I mean, there's no harm in it. It's a safe jurisdiction. It's a good idea to always diversify your wealth in different areas. It allows you to hold multi-currency. So give me a good reason why not to have one, and I'll maybe think about it, but I can't think of one.
Okay, I'm trying to think of one, and I'm failing terribly. Okay, good answer.
Thank you.
So back to your checklist. Some of the things on the checklist. Were there 10 on there total? Was it 10?
I think so, yes.
It was 10, yeah, okay. But just something that comes to mind, I put my sensible head on, if you like. Wills.
Yeah.
UAE registered wills
Yeah.
specifically are, I think, often overlooked. People
Yeah.
think, I've got my will, it's fine. But actually, it should be registered here. If you don't do that, what risk are you running?
Okay, so there's been a lot of talk about this as well. Now, UAE follows the Sharia law, right? What that basically means is they follow a certain principle for how your asset is divided. I'm not an expert on that, so I won't comment on that. But in the absence of a will, what tends to happen is this: everything goes to Dubai courts, and there hasn't been many times, at least in my knowing or experience, that they have ever contested anything. But for the sake of avoiding any ambiguity or any kind of, doubt, it's always, I think any financial advisor will tell you that the first thing to always check off your list is succession planning and estate planning. Anything else you set up, to a certain extent is a bit of a moot point if you haven't got your succession planning or estate planning done the right way. So set up the wills. It is very, very, very overlooked, Tim. And it's surprising why, because we live in a country of expats. So it shouldn't be. There are 3 ways to register your will: Dubai Courts, ADJD, and DIFC. Again, speak to a professional, understand which one suits you better based on the assets you have, based on the needs that you have, and then design the perfect solution for you. I will say this, as I say to every client, cheaper is not always the better solution because it just might not fit your needs. So go for one that absolutely perfectly fits your needs.
Okay. Insurance coverage is something else on this checklist that was talked about. So how should you approach reviewing insurance coverage at the moment? And also, what are the most common gaps that you see?
I think the most common one is people often assume that, oh, I'm working with my employer, so I'm covered. And yes, you are, from a medical perspective. Right? You get your medical insurance from your employer. Certain jobs also have on-the-job death pay. They do have that. They cover for that as well.
Okay.
There are caps and caveats to that. You've got to look at your job contract very carefully to understand that. But you see, the one for me that's very, very, very important up there, I think before even life insurance, cynical me thinks life insurance is about handing money to someone once you're not here, right? That to me is the latter of the objective. The first and prize one for me is critical illness cover. If you have, let's say, something terminal like a heart attack, sure, your medical insurance will come in and will pay for you to get the operation or the open heart, whatever's required. But you might need to take 3 to 6 or maybe 9 months off work.
Yeah, okay.
And if you do, you need to have something in place that replaces your income, right? Because the bills don't stop. I always say this. Your income can stop, but the bills don't stop. So have something in place that pays you out a sum to allow you to make the life choices that you need to be able to take some time off to get better.
I feel like we're having quite an in-depth, heavy discussion this morning.
Oh.
It's not even 10 o'clock in the morning.
No, look at that. Enjoy your morning coffee, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Look, we've got a minute left. So your list is on the Michelle Carby Practice.
It is. It's on the Instagram page.
Instagram page. If you want to look at that, we haven't got time to get to everything on the list, the 10 points. But just a final question for you. If for somebody starting from scratch, blank piece of paper, this is what I want to do with money, how I want to save, how I want to invest. What's the first step they should take based on your checklist?
Speak to a financial advisor.
Okay.
Generally, speak to a financial advisor, get a plan put in place, know your income, know your expenses, set that budget out, and understand what should you prioritize over everything.
Over everything else?
Everything else.
Okay. You aren't just saving money, you are buying yourself the most valuable asset
100%.
of all, which is the ability to make rational decisions.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yes. I'm with you. Payal Trayan she's a partner and a senior investment strategist at the Michelle Carby Practice in Dubai. Nice to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank
when
you
is
so
Michelle back in town, by the way? Is she around or?
Well, I'm hoping by the end of this month.
Okay. Right.
I was hoping.
We'll talk to her then. All right.
Definitely.
Then. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Tim. Thank you.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, the sound of success.
Good morning. It's 11:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. U.S. President Donald Trump has announced an extension of the ceasefire with Iran, delaying a planned U.S. military strike. He said the move will give Tehran more time to present a proposal to end the conflict, and the decision follows a request from the Pakistani mediators. The U.S. will continue its naval blockade but remain steady or ready for action if needed. No deadline has been set for the extended truce. Iran has not yet responded, while Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif welcomed the move and called for continued talks. UAE ambassador to the US, Yusuf Al Otaiba, has rejected claims that the UAE needs external financial support. He said the country is one of the world's most financially strong economies, backed by large sovereign assets and strong reserves. Al Otaiba also highlighted the UAE's significant investment in the US, saying the partnership is built on mutual benefit. His remarks come after the U.S. President Donald Trump mentioned possible financial cooperation, including a currency swap. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has invited consultants to design a new airport express line. The proposed 55-kilometer metro line will link Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum International Airport. The route is expected to include 5 stations and pass through the areas like Al Jadaf and the Jumeirah Village Circle. Officials say the project aims to improve connectivity between the city's 2 major airports. The Hafid Rail project has reached 40% of its completion, marking a key step in linking the UAE and Oman. The 238-kilometer railroad will connect major locations including Al Ain, Al Buraimi, and Sohar. Officials say the project will boost trade, strengthen supply chains, and support economic ties between the 2 countries. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can fully replace it. The waterway is the main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say this heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts global prices, and the International Energy Agency has described the situation as one of the biggest energy supply shocks, with prices rising as markets react to the risk. The US dollar steadied in early Asian trading today, holding near a 1-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed little movement. The euro and Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. In crypto markets, Bitcoin and Ethereum both edged up by about 0.2%. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. On Scale or Fail today, there's a new bakery in town that wants to shake up how Dubai buys bread. Noble Sourdough has launched with naturally fermented loaves and the city's first honesty-based bread counter, where basically you grab, tap and go. So it taps into rising demand for cleaner food, smarter retail in Dubai. We're going to talk about that. Matthew Firth is the founder, and here he is. Good to meet you.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. Matthew, it's good to have you here. I want to get into the concept in a little while. I'm just wondering what gap, about the gap in the UAE market, how you find it, and how you kind of felt like this was the time to launch a sourdough-focused brand.
It was, as with the best things, it was completely by accident, really.
Right.
You never plan these things, do you?
We just fell into it.
Yeah. I met my business partner, the investor, amazing guy. We're looking at cafes, looking at rolling out certain cafe brands. One day, a fantastic baker who we've got He's now our head baker.
Right.
Did us some sourdough bread. Bread was absolutely knockout. I mean, seriously knockout. So we tasted it. We're like, wow. And realised there was a opportunity. Realised that the market's just growing and growing and growing.
Yeah.
So sort of began to tap into that, and that's become a big focus of our business now.
Do you know, I was putting some notes together last night for you, and I was at a cafe Saturday lunchtime, and you get your bread basket. And I'm not having anything particularly special, but there was 3 different types of bread. There was one in there, which I guess was a sourdough, and it became my lunch. So it's that important, isn't it? The sort of daily bread thing. When you get something that really stands out, so your story there of this knockout bread, you realise it's like a light bulb moment that this is something that we don't ordinarily have. So this is what I should do.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't think I fully realised how quickly that element of the market was growing. I don't think I fully realised commercial bread, how it isn't really good for you if you look at the ingredients on it. Sure. It's really not the best. And then we tested the product against other people's. We developed some B2B business, and it's just grown from there.
I want to ask you about the concept, because your concept is also a little bit different. You're kind of bakery tech as well, which is not a phrase I thought I'd use this morning, and I apologise for that. But I
thought a phrase I'd ever use with me, actually, so I take it as a compliment.
Well, it's meant that way. But just before we go any further, sourdough, how it's made and how it works, because you need a starter,
correct?
Don't you?
Correct.
So just talk me through that.
Sourdough is there's nothing complicated. It's just how people used to make bread. That's all it is. We're not doing anything revolutionary. You take flour and water. You leave it. Natural yeast in the air combines with it. It creates something called a mother, which is effectively alive. You have to feed that with flour to keep it alive. Then every day when you bake, you take a portion of that. You add it into the dough you've mixed. You mix the dough. You allow the dough to ferment, which it effectively grows. It comes alive. Then you prove it, which is in humidity cabinets. Portion it and prove it, and then you bake it. So it isn't a commercially savvy product because it takes a long time. It doesn't fit with industrial commercial baking because of timescales. But for us, it's fantastic. It just needs a bit more time and a bit more love.
It needs 24 hours, doesn't it? Is that the fermentation
Yeah,
process?
that's how long we ferment for.
Right.
Yeah. So
okay.
our bakery work, never shuts. Our bakery will work non-stop.
Okay. So let's talk about the retail concept a little bit, because that's interesting. So it's kind of artisanal craft meeting bakery tech. You can have that phrase if you want it, of course.
I'll take it,
yeah. What inspired the decision to go for this kind of honesty-based bread counter? What was it behind that?
Well, we're just in the process of launching it, so we're actively looking for locations. We've got some ready to go. We're speaking to some school cafes about it once that gets back and up and running. We're looking at lots of other areas. But why did I think it was interesting? I guess the last sort of few weeks haven't been particularly easy. It's been a bit different. So I was thinking about how do we get cash into the business on a daily basis. A lot of what we do is B2B. We're supplying people done on 60-day terms, so you don't get paid for a while. So it makes cash flow quite interesting. I was driving to a lovely cafe in Jumeirah. I walked into the cafe. I was like, wow, you could have a counter here. You could just have a counter and sell our bread. They take the money and then pay us. And then I spoke to the GM of the business, Pau, amazing guy who works with me, and he said, "Why don't we do honesty?" And I was like, "Yeah, wow, what a brilliant idea!" Because you take your bread, you scan your QR code, cash comes to us, we pay a commission to whoever's got these counters. As a retailer, I don't have to stock it, I don't have to man it, I don't have to clean it, I don't have to deal with any waste. We take care of all of that, and for us, we get some cash coming into the business every day, and we pay a commission at the end of the week. And I thought, do you know, where else could you actually do this, you know.
What else could you do, honestly?
If this was in the north of England, you know, Bradford, Leeds, where I'm from, you wouldn't make an awful lot of sales. But in the UAE, people will do that. People will pay. There's a huge amount of sort of honesty and respect here. You can leave your phone on a table for a couple of days and it'd still be there in a mall, wouldn't it? I mean, that's just the reality of it.
It is how it is. I mean, I guess where you and I are from, there'd be a lot of people eating really good bread and we'd be penniless.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a great business model. But people eating better bread every day but at my expense.
Effect on society, not good for your bank balance.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's kind of pioneering. Did you ever? So, no concerns about launching that. It seems as though it was just a no-brainer.
Yeah. Let's do it. So we designed the counter. We've got the QR codes all ready to go. We're speaking to a property company. We're speaking to a school company who runs these cafes, apartment blocks. We're looking for areas where there's good footfall, where there's the right customers, and then we deliver very early in the morning. We stock it up. We take the waste. We clean, and we organise it all.
Okay, and I suppose if you trust customers, does that come back in loyalty terms? Do you think that's one of the things that it encourages?
I think look, brands. Part of the reason we've got into sourdough, and part of the reason we are interested in sourdough, is we don't believe that there is a really interesting, vibrant sourdough brand here in the UAE. Right. There's some brilliant bakeries. There's some very clever bakeries. Some bakeries doing amazing things. I think you've either got commercial sourdough, which isn't necessarily that great, or you've got some really beautiful bakeries with some okay branding. But we feel like there's an opportunity in the middle of that. Now, give it a cool brand, give it some colour, give it some good social media, and also combine it with different mechanisms of selling. You know, honesty counters, somewhere where you can pay. That's going to get you some brand loyalty. It's quite cool. Where do you buy your bread? I just walking past downstairs in my apartment lobby and I scan my code and get my daily loaf. It's great. We're looking at other areas of what we can do. Can we do sourdough trucks going around, the big apartment areas or villa areas to sell people fresh sourdough? So we're going to try and do things difficultly. It will be difficult. Try and do things a bit differently. It's not always easy to get into major retailers with these products. It takes a long time. So we're trying to be a bit different.
And I guess the major, supermarket chains are doing it themselves anyway, or they put forward that they're doing it themselves, whether the quality is the same.
They are doing it themselves, and a lot of them are doing a very good job. So if I'm in charge of a supermarket, do I want to be selling my bread at better margin or somebody else's? So I understand that.
If you want to scale fast, then it isn't necessarily about adding more staff. It's removing the barriers, isn't it, between customers and the product, which seems to be what you're trying to do. The idea of the vans going around the neighbourhoods.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's a genius idea. You just need a little bell, which isn't too like the ice cream van.
I know we need it. We need a sourdough noise. We've been working on it. Yeah, but I mean, look, brand. My goodness, there's so many amazing brands out there in all products. But you've got to do things differently these days to stand out. People go shopping every day. Why would they buy our bread when it's slightly different if they've got to buy it at a different medium? So we're looking at ways of doing things differently so we get that sort of brand affinity. And then once we have that, I feel like all the other bits, maybe the retailers come knocking them because we've done something really interesting.
You would hope so. What does it cost for a loaf of bread, by the way?
What does it cost us to make it?
What does it cost you? What do you sell it for?
We sell it at around 17, 18 dirhams.
Okay.
For 500 grams.
Okay. So that doesn't seem outrageous to me for a decent loaf of bread.
No, it's great. It's best quality German flour. It's all handmade. It's not production line stuff. We've got amazing bakers and chefs making the product with big deck ovens. Using paddles. It's tough. It's tough work,
isn't it?
Yeah.
And the mother starter is kept under lock and key in a
Lock and key, guarded
safe.
24 hours. Yeah, exactly.
Really
Padlocks
big,
around it.
burly.
Yeah, not like me, really big guys who lift weights and things.
Nice. Okay. Let me ask you. You've been here for a while. You've been here, what, 8 years?
8 years,
right?
yeah,
Okay. So how do you see consumer behaviour in Dubai evolving when it comes to, because you're in this business, when it comes to food quality? What have you seen in your time?
I think that there's two elements. It's a very interesting society here. It's like Dubai, the UAE is like multiple countries. So if you open in a certain area, you've got a totally different demographic to opening in a different area. The Palm's very different to Maldives, is very different to areas in Abu Dhabi, is different to Deira. So depending on the area, you've got commercial, fast-moving products where people want to pay as cheap a price as possible because that's what they can afford and that's what they want. But definitely this artisan quality, good, more high-end product is definitely on the rise here. There's a lot more discerning customers.
So I was going to argue that there. I think people are looking for I feel as though people are looking for a step up. They're looking for like the next stage. There's loads of great bread. There's loads of great, I'm a coffee fan. There's loads of great coffee shops.
Loads of great coffee shops, yeah.
Some really good coffee shops, but there are very few really great roasters around, for example. And I feel like people are looking for that.
Yeah, absolutely. People are a lot more discerning. We have a cafe up in Abu Dhabi, and the Emirati local community, their knowledge of coffee, their knowledge of product, their knowledge of bakery and what they're eating is absolutely phenomenal. I know lots of European expats who obviously used to great bakery culture, great cafe culture. So there's definitely people learning a lot more about things, people definitely looking for better quality. And also because of the options in the market, you've really got to do a good job. You've got to be really consistent. You've got to do what you say you're going to do and deliver on it, or people will go somewhere else very quickly.
You've got a really interesting model, I think, and I can see the avenues that you're thinking of going down. But baking is kind of art, and business is sort of science, really. So bringing those two together is a tough one. Sourdough needs time. You can't automate sourdough, can you? Need that 24-hour period. So how do you scale? How do you add to the scale of what you're trying to do without sacrificing that kind of slow ferment quality?
There's really two elements to our business. I mean, in terms of the fermentation things, it's actually, I'm not good at it. My GM's brilliant at it. Planning's not my thing, and operations, but managing production, managing structure in the bakery is just about planning ahead and knowing what you're going to sell. So we don't have an issue with that. We're just building a new bakery now so that we've got a lot more capacity. We're currently at about 4,000 products a day capacity. This will take us up to about 15,000 products a day, which is great. So that, in terms of that model, we'll have better kit. We'll have a fermentation, much bigger fermentation area, much bigger proofers. So we can manage all of that. In terms of our business, we see two key elements. One is B2B business to drive daily volume. The margin isn't going to be there, but we have some good customers, and we're working on acquiring more because there is an opportunity and a desire for quality. And then the second element is doing these more bespoke, interesting things to drive interest and drive loyalty to the brand, because ultimately the value of a business, and that's what we're here to do, to run a great business and build value, comes from brand ownership. If you've got a great B2B bakery, the value of that bakery will be good. If you've got a great B2B bakery that has a really interesting, unique brand that is doing things differently, then the value is very different.
What does expansion across the UAE look like in the next, 12 months, 24 months? What would success look like for you? How would you think? Yeah, this is really working. This is rocking.
It would be a rollout of all the honesty counters. I'd want to get to sort of 30 to 40 honesty counters up in the market that we can replenish. I would look to be doubling our B2B business, and then in terms of Noble Sourdough, our brand, I'd like to have 3 or 4 trucks out on the road delivering sourdough into the communities, and I'd like to be into 1 or 2 of the major retailers selling our product.
You have to change a mindset here as well, don't you, with bread? I suppose, I don't know, if I take my example, I'd buy a loaf of bread, I'd freeze it. I think bread freezes really well.
It does.
Maybe it's a better way to keep it, I think. But you need kind of a more French model where you've got people going to buy bread every day. How do you get that?
We can. There's 2 ways of doing that. Again, honesty counters, that it'll be there for people to buy fresh every day. We don't keep it for more than 1 day. I'd love to. I'd really love. There's an incredible bakery in California, and he just produces. He's called Chad Robertson, I think the baker's name is. He just produces about 300 loaves a day, and he bakes in the afternoon.
Right.
The bakery opens at about 4 in the afternoon, and he sells his 300 products within 2 seconds. I think he sells out within an hour every day. So I'd love to have a Noble Sourdough bakery location as well, where people can come by. Maybe it's driving past, and we can give them a hot sourdough, and we can look at developing some more complicated and interesting recipes. And then the other way is obviously is working with the aggregators to get amazing fresh bread to people very quickly.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sitting here thinking, I think you're really enjoying this. And I don't often say that to people. In this segment, it's very much, it can be a little bit cold in terms of it's a business and I'm looking to do this and I want to do this. But I'm getting the feeling from you that you're really enjoying what you're doing. I know that sounds like I don't mean that to sound trite.
I am. And in all the things I've done in my...
I don't want to use the word passion either, because I think when you say I'm really passionate about something, I always question whether you actually are passionate. Do you know what I mean?
It's easy to say.
It is easy to say.
Yeah.
But I get the feeling you're really enjoying the struggles as well as the successes.
I am. I feel like out of all the things I've done, from QSR to fine dining to events, everything I've done within F&B, I've actually feel like I've found something that I really love. I'm really proud of our product. I'm proud that that we've got this motto for the bakeries. It's better bread every day, and I believe it can help people's health, and I believe the product is excellent. And I'm working with some really skilled people, and I didn't quite appreciate the skill required to deliver this product. So I'm really proud to work with these people. It comes with a huge amount of challenges. And I also think in terms of the business, I've got great people around me now who are very good at what I'm not, so I can do things that I enjoy. Go and talk to people about the product, explain the product to people, come up with some different novel ideas. So I'm really happy. Is it challenging? My goodness me!
I bet it is.
Is it hard work? We never shut. We never ever shut.
Yeah.
So there's different things every day, and we're learning every day. But it's it's really good fun.
We sort of take for granted, I think, as people, that just, bread's a daily staple. It's just something you expect. It's always there. But I think we sort of take for granted the amount of work, the hours that bakers have to work.
Yeah.
And it doesn't surprise me, but I'm sort of surprised. You're very relaxed about it. You seem very calm. And you're in the relatively early stages of a quite difficult business.
Yeah.
There's competition there. You're doing something that, how's that going to be received? I know you have great faith in it, but you're very kind of chilled about it.
Yeah, we've seen incredible growth in I think we started trading properly in May last year. We've seen great growth, and we've seen real interest in what we're doing. And I think I think when you can feel that and you can see the stats of the overall market, the way that it's growing, and you see the way people purchase in supermarkets, and you believe in your product and you believe that you can make it better, it does make you calm. And also, like I said, I've got the right people around me, so I don't have to deal with a lot of the day-to-day problems, and there are a lot of problems, machinery issues. The weather has a huge impact on things in terms of humidity. There's so much that needs to be managed. But yeah, I'm calm and enjoying myself. But it's early on Monday morning. Who knows what happens today? Come and see me at 4:00 this afternoon.
We won't get you back in on a Friday.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
It's been good to talk to you. I appreciate it. Matthew Firth is the founder of Noble Sourdough. Maybe coming to your neighbourhood soon in a truck. Who knows?
It will be.
It will be.
It will be.
That's the way to look at it. Matthew, appreciate it. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Good to have you here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon, it's 12 p.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. UAE ambassador to the US, Yusuf Al Otaiba, has rejected claims that the UAE needs external financial support. He said the country is one of the world's most financially strong economies, backed by large sovereign assets and strong reserves. Al Otaiba also highlighted the UAE's significant investments in the US, saying the partnership is built on mutual benefit. His remarks come after the U.S. President Donald Trump mentioned possible financial cooperation, including a currency swap. Dubai's Roads and Transport Authority has invited consultants to design a new airport express line. The proposed 55-kilometer metro line will link Dubai International Airport and Al Maktoum International Airport. The route is expected to include 5 stations and pass through areas like Al Shadaf and Jumeirah Village Circle. Officials say the project aims to improve connectivity between the city's 2 major airports. The Hafid Rail project has reached 40% completion, marking a key step in linking the UAE and Oman. The 238-kilometer railroad will connect major locations including Al Ain, Al Buraimi, and Sohar. Officials say the project will boost trade, strengthen supply chains, and support economic ties between the 2 countries. Disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are highlighting a major weakness in global energy supply. There are alternative routes, but none can be fully able to replace it. The waterway is the main route for oil and gas from the Gulf, carrying around 20 to 25% of global oil shipments. Experts say this heavy reliance means any disruption quickly impacts global prices, and the International Energy Agency has described the situation as one of the biggest energy supply shocks, with prices rising as markets react to the risk. The US dollar steadied an early Asian trading today, holding near a 1-week high as investors turned to safe haven assets. The dollar index stood around 98.4, its highest level since mid-April. Other currencies showed a little movement. The euro and Australian dollar were largely unchanged, while the yen strengthened slightly. Crude oil prices jumped earlier today, with Brent rising over 3% to around $98 per barrel. WTI also moved higher, trading near $91 per barrel, and the gains come as the U.S. announced an extension of the ceasefire, with Iran influencing market sentiment. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost 78,000 USD. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.52 Indian rupees, 75.98 Pakistani rupees, 33.44 Bangladeshi taka, 16.36 Philippine peso, 14.09 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.96 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq, here on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Telegram, and also our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms. You can listen to them anytime, anywhere. And as you know, that here on a Midday Majlis, we bring you conversations that matter in real time. So today, we're looking at a topic that's both sensitive and deeply relevant. With a temporary ceasefire extension maybe in place, there is still a sense of uncertainty across the region. And in times like these, the role of media becomes even more critical. But while the media carries the responsibility of informing the public with accuracy and balance, the industry itself is also under pressure. Newsrooms are stretched, decisions are faster, and in many cases, people within the media industry are directly affected. So joining us today to talk about it all is Mark Thompson, Chief News Editor at Gulf News, to help us understand not just how the media is covering the conflict, but how the conflict is impacting media itself. Welcome to the show, Mark. It's really good to have you with us here on Midday Majlis today.
Thank you. Real pleasure to be here in this fantastic studio. And as you say, in an uncertain time, but a time that may bring opportunities as well.
Yes, indeed. And let me just begin with asking you first, Mark, how has the ongoing conflict impacted the media industry from your perspective?
I think in times of crisis like this is where media comes to the forefront. So on the 28th, when it all began, I got a phone call. I was walking around Dubai Mall at the time, I think around 10 a.m., from my managing editor to say, you might want to get out of the mall and get back to the office because...
And it was a weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was with my son, and we, as everyone else, we didn't know what was coming. Quite a surprise. There's kind of some rumblings of things happening, but we didn't think it would be that sudden and that fast. So from that hour until now, we haven't stopped. You know, as media organizations, it's our job to be there 24/7. The news does not stop.
Yes, it doesn't.
We call it the daily miracle in the office because when you think about how news operates, especially newspapers, there's no business like it. So from in the morning, we start the day with an empty newspaper. We fill that newspaper up. By then the day, we get that to the printing press. We get it from the printing press onto motorbikes to deliver it across the city, well, across the UAE. And then within a few hours, that whole process starts again. So,
wow, it's just a lot.
Yeah, some people think about news as kind of an organic thing that happens, but there's a whole industry and manufacturing behind it, especially on the newspaper side. And then you overlay that with social media, digital media, the website. And since the war began, what we've seen is an incredible hunger for information. So we've gone from, well, last month, to put some figures on it, we had 17 million people visit Gulf News. When you consider the population of the UAE is around 12 million. That's a phenomenal penetration, but also it shows not just that these brands are here.
Wow, that's a huge number.
It's big. It's
big.
And it shows that we have international readership as well. And yeah, since war began, what we've really focused on is getting that information out there because we can see the appetite, you know, when the warnings were coming and everything else, and people wanted to know the developments. So since the war began, it's just been a relentless time, I think.
Definitely. And you're right about it. It all started just with a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And who would have thought, you know? And for me as well, it was just a similar situation as yours.
Yeah.
That I was actually, you know, clicked on Zoho and I was said, how about we start posting news? And because we don't do it on the weekends, but we did start that weekend and then we never stopped.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how it has been. And well, I think we as media, you guys, including us and all the other platforms who do news here, we've done a great job.
Yeah, I think so. And I think one of the great things about media is we do compete in certain areas. Media organizations, I think, take pride in what they do. They want to be first to things. They want to have the best front page, the best home page. But I think media is also very good at acknowledging each other and pulling together and realizing that at times of crisis, a lot of it is just about getting the right information out there at the right time. And I think especially in the UAE, what I've seen, because my background is in the UK media, in the UAE media, there's a real focus on verification of news as well.
The accuracy of it.
Yeah, it actually is really big here, and we don't do the gossip, the speculation, especially times like this. It's really important that people are across brands getting accurate information, timely information, information that they can actually make real world life decisions on with trust. And I always go back to that word trust. I think we live and die by trust.
Well, yes, we do. And now moving on, we often talk about the media is reporting, but not always about what's happening inside newsrooms, right? So have there been any real impacts on jobs, staffing, or job security in this period of the crisis?
Sure, just to kind of go back a little bit in terms of how that staffing works. So since day one of the conflict, we've had a live blog going on the website. We've had pretty much 24/7 staff around the clock updating that because, as we know, in the UAE, we're kind of at the center of the world. So the Asian markets wake up, and then obviously the UAE news happens, and then obviously quite big at the minute is the American market. So there's a lot of happening overnight with Donald Trump tweeting and other things overnight. So we've got to have people on board. So staffing-wise, we've had to make sure that we've had real coverage all the time, and that is tiring and exhausting for people. And we've been trying to make sure we get breaks and time off, because as journalists,
That's very much needed.
We all jump in, and we get excited, and we all want to do it. So that's been a big element of what we've done. Like a lot of businesses, and one of the challenges we have as an industry, and I think, this is what happens in conflicts. It does put commercial pressures, and while we've had huge audience, that comes with commercial challenges because people may not want to advertise as much during conflicts. For obvious reasons, they put kind of pauses on their spending. That spending, I'm sure, will come back.
All
and we
because
start
of
seeing
these uncertainty.
Uncertainty, yeah. People, especially at the beginning, people didn't know what was going to happen. Thankfully, and all praise to the leadership here that we have felt very much defended and safe. But in those first few days, it was a shock for all of us, and I hate to call it like the new normal, but we all kind of get used to what that was going to look like. So I think with that comes a lot of businesses contracting and thinking, let's just hold the fort, see what happens, and then we'll kind of get back to normal. I think we are starting to see that open up now. But unfortunately, kind of in those early weeks, we did see contraction, so we have had to make some tough decisions in the office. But I think those decisions are also part of how we are transitioning the business.
Right.
So it's not just about, we need to save money, to be frank. It's about how do we change how our workforce looks, because we know that we have to transition as a business. Newspapers have declined across the world. We all know that. But digital is a huge opportunity for us. And as I said, with 17 million people come to the website, you can see the appetite. And arguably, titles and brands like Gulf News have never reached more people. The trick is, how do we monetize that? And as a business, make that a real big revenue stream for us so that we can continue to invest in even better journalism.
Right. Well, you're right about that. There's so much that takes place during the whole day. The Asian market opens up really early. I would say midnight our time,
Yeah,
right?
midnight, yeah.
Yeah, and then the Wall Street closes really late our time as well. Yeah. So with so much happening so quickly, there is constant pressure to be the first, as we have also discussed. So how do you balance the speed with, of course, accuracy? Yeah. Especially in times of conflict reporting.
We, so as I say, my background is in the UK. That was very much about sometimes speed over accuracy. So you just want to be first, and then it was all kind of like check it afterwards.
Right.
But here,
it's the other way around.
It's the other way around. We are happy to be second or third, as long as we know that it's definitely right. Because especially times like this, misinformation or the wrong information can be really dangerous as well.
Yes.
And it can spark fear.
And it can
spread rumors.
Cost you so much as well.
Yeah.
We were told that, for any fake news that goes out, right, we will be fined and given a penalty. So we all have to be very careful.
Yeah. And I think more for the readers than anything else, because I came up with a bit of a slogan during the time of when it matters most, trust Gulf News. because I think at times like this, people want quick information, but they also want to know that what they are reading is correct. You can go on social media, as I'm sure you do, and there's a stream of consciousness of different brands, celebrities, influencers, fake accounts, and it's almost impossible to know what is real.
And with the AI being around as
And
well.
AI as well, yeah,
right?
which adds
There are
into the mix.
pictures and videos being generated by AI, which are total fake.
Exactly, and this, so it's really important for us that when we see things like that on on social media, that we check it instantly, that we make sure that we have that on an official record before we start even thinking about creating content. Is that right? Where's it from? Can we verify it? Can it be 2-3 sources where that came from? Because if we can do that with every article, it means that our readers come to us knowing that if it's on Gulf News, we know it's correct. And that to us is worth more than being first, because being first can be being wrong. And I think it only takes a couple of those things to happen, and people think, well, I might not go to the Gulf News as much anymore because I'm not sure I can trust it. If people come to Gulf News, see everything we produce and think, this is bang on, it's factual, we fully understand it, we know it's consistent, that will make people come back more. And as a business, it's like running a shop. We want more people come through our door each day and walk around the shop and buy goods. It's no different to a website. We want more people to come to our website, go around the website and look at more articles. And if we get that right, that's what the future of the business is.
And for myself as well, I am now looking at Gulf News almost every half an hour. That never used to be a thing. Like once I'm done from work, that is it. I do not look at the news till, after midnight to prepare for the next morning. But now it's just that, constant, I don't know, it's sort of like, I don't know, it's an addiction, I guess, to the news that I have now.
Yeah.
And it's really strange. But because we all want to be informed, and there's, as we say, there's one news that comes a moment, and then the other comes a moment, and still like nothing is really clear. We're just in the extension of a temporary ceasefire, right?
Yeah.
And all this started end of February.
Yeah.
And as you and I and Faraj were talking about it just now, around that time also we faced the floods.
Yes.
Lots of rain came in. So how is it to manage during both the crises?
Yeah, that was really tricky for us. One of the reasons was because of the floods, we worked from home that week as well. Well, for a lot of that week, just because people traveling on the roads at that time just was impossible, wasn't safe. So we did the right thing. We had all of our journalists at home, where they could be with their families, etc. But so that makes it hard because communication is really key in the newsroom. I love walking to the newsroom each day and seeing the journalists, and we have meetings and we bounce off ideas. It's a bit of a flashback to COVID of, being on video calls, and it just makes that communication a little bit harder. But the team did an incredible job. They, again, just worked around the clock, put the extra hours in, and we're constantly updating the website, which at a time when we also were in a conflict, and then with the floods on top.
The weather was so unpredictable.
Yeah, I'm fairly new to Dubai.
I think we
anyway.
want to erase that one whole week of rain from our calendar, don't we?
Yeah, I've said to the guys in the office that, if we get through that week and we do a good job, we can take on anything.
We can.
The world's our oyster.
And as
after that.
Faraj said, we should have it put on our resumes, right? That we can work through the rains, the floods,
100%.
and the alerts all at once. And from an editing perspective, Mark, the responsibility is huge again. So what are some of the most common mistakes media professionals should avoid in times like these?
I think one of the big things I see brands do is they can go into themselves. So I think they can focus on the updates and agency content, etc. And they're getting the news out there. But I think what people want to see is humans. And I think it's really key that people are out there. They've got their faces on camera. They're writing opinion pieces, and not just telling the news, but showing people that we live it. That I've been telling the journalists in the office that they live and breathe Dubai and the UAE. They have the same challenges as everyone else here. They have the same emotions. We've all been through the same roller coaster in the last several weeks. So why don't we tell people that we are a news brand, which is authoritative. Also, we are a bunch of people who can be expressive, be emotional, and speak to our readers as we would a friend. And that's a key thing for me. And that's where journalism, I think, well, the future of journalism is. It's not in just directly telling a story. It's humanizing a story. Because in a world of
living through it,
lived experience. We've seen here, we all live here, that if you look at the international media of how they've covered the conflict, it feels like a different world. I speak to my friends in the UK and they ask me ridiculous questions. I keep saying that's not how it is here. Like, I can tell you that because I live here.
Yeah, my family in Saudi as well.
Yeah.
They've been looking at fake news from all these different parts of the world, and different media is reporting different things, which is totally wrong and fake. And then they come up with these crazy questions. Yeah. And they were even suggesting that I come back to Saudi because
I've had that.
That was one of the things. But it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I think that's where
as they made it look like.
Yeah, I think it's where just having that human element to say we are here on the ground. We know how you feel. Our kids go to school as well. We travel on the same roads. We went through the same floods. I think that's really important for that trust, again, because people trust humans. They don't necessarily just trust a name of a brand.
True.
They trust the humans behind it. So we need to be out there showing it. And as you said earlier around AI, which obviously challenges a lot of industries, not positively and negatively, that human element is even more important, because if we could have a video of somebody on Kite Beach saying, "Hi, I'm on Kite Beach, this is what's happening, there's an event here, look at it." AI can't do that. And that's where we have to be as a brand. We have to be human, on the ground.
Yeah, so that human touch is really very important.
Incredibly, yeah.
And it's not easily replaceable by AI, for sure.
No.
And there's also an emotional side to this. Journalists and editors are consuming distressing content daily. And how does that affect teams? And how do newsrooms cope up with that kind of a situation?
Yeah.
I myself, because I'm an editor here and I do the news, so I do feel like there is so much going on, and I sometimes feel anxious. So, and I think that's very much normal.
Oh, 100%.
Right?
And I wrote a piece in the newspaper recently to our readers saying, have a news break. Even as a news brand, it's important for people to just sometimes just have a weekend or a day and just switch off and get away from it. And because it is, over the last several weeks, it has been intense. So in the newsroom for the reporters, we've been really focused on trying to get them time off to make sure that, we're all journalists, we all get excited by the news and we all jump straight in. And for the last several weeks, everybody wants to work because everyone wants to do their bit. And but then it's really important that people jump off that horse now and again and just take a breather, relax, because they'll come back as better journalists as well for that. So having those breaks, we are, even mentioning to our team that, through the health insurance, there is counselling as well. So if people need, anonymous, off the record, just a chat with someone, which I definitely encourage, because we don't know what we've been through as well, because we've all been living on adrenaline and caffeine for the last several weeks.
Yes.
Sometimes it can just feel that you do just need to maybe just stop for a moment, have a chat with somebody else, take some time with the family. So we've been encouraging people to still take holidays, take loo days, have weekends. I think those breaks are really important, and make sure those breaks are not just sat at home watching the news, because that isn't a break. It needs to be a break where you are away from the news.
Probably doing an
out with the family.
extra activity, maybe outdoors or something.
Yeah, and especially now with the ceasefire, which, touch wood, keeps going and ends up in peace. There's a lot to do now. Before the weather gets too hot, there's great deals out there. There's lots of hotels and beaches and go
One
and
of the
enjoy
good
it.
things is the deals, by the way.
It is, yeah.
These short stays, the getaways, the deals are awesome out there.
Yeah, that's
Which can be, of course, used to kind of relax and detach from the whole news environment.
Yeah, while supporting local businesses as well, which is really important, that we should be going to the coffee shops, the restaurants, because they rely on us to keep going as well.
Yes, they do. And do you think audiences have become more critical or more cautious about the news they consume during conflicts?
I think they've become smarter in terms of seeing behind the curtain, of understanding how media works. I think when I started in digital journalism, which was kind of the beginning 20 years ago, it was no one, including myself, no one really knew what we were doing in terms of creating Facebook pages.
Yeah, there wasn't
Twitter
much
accounts.
of an awareness, I would say.
Yeah, and people didn't, and then people didn't understand what fake accounts and fake news, and I think that kind of started with Facebook, then migrated to Twitter, where I think now, I speak to my sons. My sons are 7 and 9. My 9-year-old, he talks about AI, he talks about fake news. I think he's going to be a future journalist. But he understands the internet in a way that I never did even at that age.
Kids are way more smarter than us.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, but I think that's where brands play a key role as well. Like yourselves, like Gulf News, that if people know it and trust it, then it feels like a safe place to go for information, which is really important. I think social media, I think everyone probably agrees now, it feels like the Wild West. And we are seeing, bans on mobile phones, social media in some countries, Australia, I think the UK is starting to do it now, other European countries, because I think they're starting to see that information can be dangerous if it isn't verified and it isn't checked. And it's just an onslaught of content that, as you say, you don't know if it's AI slop, if it's a fake account, if it's people with an agenda as well, which is even more dangerous, especially times of conflict like we have now, that we see a lot of things on social media and we have to check it out, and we know that's come from somewhere that has an agenda against the UAE, and that's really important that we are there to vet that information. But people going just to social media without that understanding, it can be really dangerous. And I think we are partly seeing that in some of the issues around the world at the moment.
But with the rise of numbers that you have shared for Gulf News, I think people are more smart, as you said now, and they are coming back to have a look at the verified, accurate news more than relying on those fake things that are out there. And Mark, in times of uncertainty, moving on, language becomes crucial. So how do you ensure that reporting remains responsible, balanced, and it doesn't unintentionally escalate tensions?
Yeah, I think that's a really big focus in our we have a morning meeting every morning, obviously. And that's a real big focus for us when we talk about the agenda for the day and the content coming, that we want to be in a position where we can tell people information, but in a very matter-of-fact way, but with an element of humanization around it to make sure it's not just doom and gloom. It's not just, this is, we don't know what's going to happen with the peace talks. We try and put some experience behind it and some explanations behind it to say there's a lot of fake, fake information out there, but there's also a lot of hyperbole out there as well, from
dramatic,
from all parties as well, from the governments, from the US part, Iranian part. That's just part of conflict, that you're going to get this information that comes out that sounds big, it sounds scary, and if you just read that on its own, it is daunting. It will give people anxiety. So we need to have that balance where we can try and explain of why these things happen, why people are saying what they are saying, why people are acting how they are acting, and that tries to give some context around it so people can feel that they're not just getting told the news, but they are getting some depth to it as well. And people might not see that.
Which is very important.
Yeah, 100%, especially now where we don't know what's going to happen. And people ask me all the time, what's going to happen next? I wish I knew, but all we can do is try and explain where the chess pieces are and what we think is happening and why these things are happening at this moment in time. And obviously with the UE leadership as well, they put out a lot of information, which really helps as well, kind of clarify situations, which is really important as well. So we put a lot of onus on that of when those statements, quotes, information comes out, we give that a lot of presence so that it can give readers an understanding of where this country is positioning itself also.
Right. And Mark, for young journalists or media professionals watching today or listening to us, what advice would you give them about working in high-pressure environments like we are now?
Oh, that's a very good question. I think one is you have to love the job and you have to love media. I left journalism for around about a couple of years ago, and I didn't realize how much I missed it until I came back. And even at times like this, which we don't want, it feels like an honor, it feels like a privilege, it feels like an exciting job to do. And I think that's the key thing, is like for all industries really, if you want to do it, make sure that you really love it. and that it's something that you
Yeah,
understand.
they do say that if you like what you do, it doesn't feel like a day working.
Yeah, it does. Every time I walk into the Gulf News newsroom each morning, I still get kind of a tingle. I still get kind of like my hair stands up. I feel kind of excited, and because there's nothing like a newsroom. And as you're saying, kind of, how do we deal with things during the conflict? Is a newsroom it's a team of people. That's what makes it so exciting, that people pull together at tough times, and you actually have a lot of friends, a lot of colleagues. Everyone has jokes and things. Still has that atmosphere. So I think if you want to get into this industry, make sure you love it. Make sure that you understand that sometimes it is long hours, it is hard work.
Not sometimes, I would say, especially these days. Yeah.
You do get criticism. It's a very public-facing job.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people will like what you do. Some people won't like what you do. But you just got to believe in what you do. So I think if you have that excitement, that belief, and that energy, I think it's a brilliant job to do, and I'd recommend it to anyone.
Believe in what you do is a great one from you. And now finally, as things continue to evolve, what role do you think media should play in the coming weeks, especially when there is uncertainty still on the surface that we see, but also a need for stability?
Yeah, I think our role is, one, to continue to tell the truth of what the situation is and try to keep explaining that. But the other role is that we are really proud of where we live in the world. And, this week I think we've done a great job of covering the schools going back, and we've had some amazing videos and photos of kids and teachers smiling, and parents probably smiling even more. We've had Global Village open.
Yes.
And the excitement around that. And what I'm really hoping, or what we get so excited now, is all the other reopenings, all the excitement's going to come. We know that times have been hard, but we also know that nowhere bounces back like this place. And that's the hope, that's the excitement, that's what we want to do next. And our role in that is to be that platform that allows people to see that happening, and give those companies, organizations, schools a platform to shout about what they're doing, because we all know that everyone's doing a lot behind the scenes to keep going, to reinvent themselves, to get ready for the big bounce back. It's our role now to be a platform to tell those stories.
It is. And as you said, it's really good to see life coming back to normal, despite the fact that we are still in a temporary ceasefire. So imagine once we do have the ceasefire, and how are things going to look like? Just amazing and great once again.
Yeah, I think it will come back quickly. I think, there's nowhere like Dubai, like Abu Dhabi, like the UAE. We've seen before, obviously, the financial crisis, COVID.
And we've seen GCC overcome it right away. So
I mean, and as you say, we don't know what happens next. It's a temporary ceasefire, but I think we all live with optimism and hope, and we can see the energy as well. I think driving around the city now, it feels a little bit different. You can start feeling some energy coming back. We actually had our first big event last night, Women in Leadership event at Taj on the Palm. And it was great seeing 200-300 people in person, doing an event, getting excited, and you could feel the energy in the room of, we're ready to come back. We just need a bit more certainty, but hopefully, touch wood, over the next few days, weeks.
yeah,
we'll see
inshallah,
that.
we hope so. And
Inshallah.
as you said, let's just be optimistic and just, kind of like be ready for good things to come as we are. Thank you so much for joining us, Mark. It
Thank
was
you.
really great
My pleasure.
talking to you. And you've given us so much clarity. And while the media has responsibility to inform, it's also an industry, you said, navigating its own challenges. And in times like these, of course.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And to our listeners, staying informed is important, but is understanding the effort and responsibility behind the news you consume. So stay with us for more conversations here on Midday Majlis. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.